Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our meeting. As Chair of the Endowment Management Committee of the University of Houston System Board of Regents, I would now like to call this committee meeting to order. Please note that the acting chairman of UHS Board of Regents has declared the Endowment Management Committee in a committee of the whole for the purpose of the meeting today. There are 4 items listed on your agenda, and 3 are action items, and 1 is for information only. After each action item has been presented, I will ask the committee if there are any questions and call for vote. If circumstances are warranted, I will call for a vote to place any item or items on board's consent docket agenda for final board approval. We have 2 representatives from our investment firm NEPC, Mr. Sam Pollock, partner, and Mr. Ryan Walter, senior consultant, who are attending our meeting today. I would now like to introduce our first item requiring committee approval, the minutes for the Endowment Management Committee meeting held on February 19, 2025. Does anyone have any correction to these minutes? Do I hear a motion
So
to
moved.
approve these minutes as distributed?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. The minutes of the Endowment Management Committee meeting held on February 19, 2025 are hereby approved. The first agenda item is to be presented today is item C, a report from NEPC regarding the University of Houston System Endowment and non-endowed portfolios. Mr. Raymond Bartlett, Senior Vice Chancellor of the Administration and Finance, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Regent Agrawal, and good morning, everyone. Let me turn it over to Sam Pollock and Ryan Walter to talk about the performance of the portfolio as a whole, as well as managers and other issues pertinent to both the endowed and non-endowed portfolios.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, and good morning. Great to be with everyone again. Anticipating the likely question, no, we don't really know where things are headed. There's certainly been a great degree of volatility. Interestingly enough, when you look back over a period of several months and say, okay, things are relatively flat, that gives you a distorted perspective on it, because within that same period we've seen dramatic volatility. In fact, not only did we experience a market movement tripping that 20% recession threshold, at least for a few minutes, but we also have seen individual days with equity market movement on the order of plus or minus 10%. I think we all understand that that is typically an outcome for an entire year, not a day. And so we're certainly living in different times in terms of the volatility. That's something we've discussed with this group for quite some time. We feel the endowment portfolio is well positioned to weather that kind of volatility while still pursuing the long-term growth. And I'll direct my comments to a few specific areas I thought worth sharing with the committee as we look into performance and performance drivers. First and foremost, endowment portfolio returns continue to be robust and certainly driving the kind of growth we want to see over the long term. What I will highlight, some of the key drivers, even when equity markets cooled off. For example, in the first quarter, the S&P 500 index was down more than 4%. But during that period, some of the other elements of the portfolio really contributed. Most notably, in the past year, private debt investments were up 14.7% within the past year. That's been a newer area that we introduced to the portfolio. I think there's a terrific opportunity, and as banks and traditional lenders have pulled back from providing debt capital, private debt has some really attractive characteristics. Now, over the long term, we would generally expect lower returns from private debt than from private equity. On the other hand, the speed of deployment of capital and the speed of return of capital are much more attractive in private debt. So having that, albeit a slower portion not slower, smaller part of the portfolio has been to the university's benefit. Also, private real assets, which have been the unloved portion of the portfolio. We have had some differences of opinion, I think, within this group as to continued investment in fossil fuels, which is to say that the allocation has been a big driver. There was an individual committee member some years back who thought, well, we have enough. And we're certainly seeing the tide turn a little bit in terms of investor appetite with regard to energy and real assets investments. So that's something we have a careful eye on. We're very excited about that portion of the portfolio, and we'll certainly come back to the group with additional ideas as time marches forward and as your current investments continue to mature and throw off cash returns. In terms of peer performance, you can see longer term, competitive with the peer group. One of the big differences continues to be allocation, and I think we feel very good. This group approved allocation changes, and we continue to march toward that end. And in fact, that's the spirit of the later recommendations we'll be discussing today, moving toward those targets, continuing to deploy into both public and private equity. I'm going to jump actually to the non-endowed portfolio, which also in its way feels occasionally less loved than the cousin on the endowment side. But there's some very positive elements to discuss here. First and foremost, the aggregate, how to move that number. Can you see the number? There's a video window. I don't know if it's possible to move that.
No, it's actually.
It's not? Okay, thank you. Again, for the 1 year period, a 5.3% return for the non-endowed investments. Again, reflecting that mix of cash money market-like investments, but also fixed income. And as we've discussed, we think there's more opportunity to be had going forward in the fixed income side of the equation. I'll spend a minute just to highlight that the most significant change that this group approved within the last several years was the diversification of the fixed income investments, specifically the introduction of short duration credit. And worth noting that while the most recent quarter, that was the weakest element within the liquidity pool, if you look back since introduction exactly 3 years ago, that has been the single best performer in the non-endowment portfolio over the past 3 years. So we're just thrilled. Even in an environment where fixed income on the whole faced more challenges and interest rate headwinds, you can see 4.4% annualized outpaces not only the other fixed income, but also cash during an environment where cash was king, to borrow the reference. We continue to feel that the ingredients are there for the university, for the portfolio, and also that the decision that was made to march further into fixed income over time to get more toward a 60-40 rather than a 40-60 blend of those two is going to ultimately benefit the university more as we continue over the next several years. So I think our message, if I were to boil it down, is that the performance in both pools remains strong. The decisions that this group has made, we think, are sound and have borne early fruit, and we're excited to see, notwithstanding the turbulence we see in geopolitics and world markets, we're excited to see how that continues to benefit the university. With that, I'd open it to any questions from the group before we continue on with our specific recommendations.
If none, Regent Agrawal, this
Yeah,
completes
if there are
item C.
no other questions, Mr. Bartlett, thank you very much. This item was presented for information only and requires no action by the committee. The next item listed on the agenda today is item D. Approval is requested to rebalance the portfolio of the University of Houston System Endowment Fund to align with the policy targets, which will include the investment in new private equity fund and increased investment in existing global public equity fund. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present that item?
Yes, sir. NEPC will discuss with you in a moment the reallocation of $30 million and a commitment of $15 million to another fund within Advent, which is a fund family with whom we have had significant experience over the last several years. And so with that, let me turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Good morning to everyone. As Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Pollack alluded to, last quarter in February, the Regents approved new asset allocation targets. We have been working on those changes and implementing those changes ever since. We do have a few final touches in the form of recommendations to squarely move to those new targets today. So as you'll see here, excuse me, I'll back up for a second. Our first recommendation is a continuation of getting to these targets, also a continuation of our commitments to private equity. As Mr. Bartlett mentioned, the system has had a very nice relationship with Advent, which is a private equity manager, dating back to 2012, which predates Sam, myself, and NEPC relationship. We believe that that is a top-tier manager. We recommended Advent back in 2022, and so they are already out. That was Fund 10. Here in 2025, they are out with Fund 11. So all in all, over those last 15 years or so of a relationship, excuse me, about 13 years, the system has committed about $27 million. That's total to 4 Advent funds. Since the portfolio has grown and also our target to private equity has grown, our commitment level is growing per commitment. So we are recommending a $15 million commitment to Advent International. GPE is Global Public Equity. And again, this is Fund 11. So mentioned kind of the long-term partnership with Advent. Advent's been around for a long time, since 1984, and they focus on controlled buyout really globally, North America, Europe, and Asia. Over time, they started as a generalist, but they've really gravitated towards areas of expertise in their target industries, which you'll see in the second to last bullet point here: business and financial services, healthcare, industrial, retail, and technology. Most importantly, consistent top quartile performance over their vintages that have had some maturity. Keep in mind that our last couple commitments, again, I mentioned 2022, that's still very early in their life cycle, as well as even a 2019 vintage. So they've been coming back to market about every 3 years. So we do have some high-level summary points here on page 30 of your deck. You'll see page 27 at the very bottom. So you can see former vintages and track record at the very bottom, along with both some qualitative information on Advent International. So recommendation to continue this partnership with Advent International with a $15 million commitment. And I'll pause there. Should we do next one? Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, we'll move to the additional recommendation. And again, this is also in continuation to the transition to the recently approved asset allocation targets. These are existing managers that we are recommending. This is on page 33 of your materials. We already currently hold Jennison Global Opportunity as well as Arrow Street Global Equity. So again, this is dollars going into existing managers, no new managers here. And again, this was really the transition from less fixed income into more equity. So this really kind of completes our transition to the new public equity targets. I will say, April, we're not happy to see an equity market correction, but the silver lining is it has kind of given us a nice entry point with a rebalance that we also did in April. And that was opportunistically in the middle of April, recommending that we purchase $20 million in the Russell 3000 index. That was a quite timely rebalance. You'll see that detail on the bottom bullet point here. And you'll see in the chart above, $20 million going to Jennison Global Opportunity Fund and $10 million going to Arrow Street Global Equity Fund. Both public equity managers that are global have the flexibility to go where they see the best opportunities. So I will pause here. That completes our recommendations for the endowment's transition to the new asset allocation targets.
Mr. Walter, if I add just one point for benefit of the Regents, you're certainly familiar with Advent from its long history with the university. As Advent has grown and invested in their team, and as the fund size that they raise has gotten larger, I'd like to point out that one of the things that brings us comfort beyond the outstanding results they've generated is that their typical check size is sub 1 billion, ranges from 150 million in equity to $1 billion on the high side in equity. Significance of that is that they're not heavily reliant on the so-called IPO window to exit their investments, and similarly, they're not doing massive take-privates of public companies and therefore reliant on sale to perhaps a sovereign wealth fund or other incredibly well-resourced entity in order to exit their investments. So notwithstanding the size of the fund, we think there's a risk mitigation on that dimension, as well as the skill and scale of the team, industry diversification, and many other things. But I thought that was worth pointing out to the group, given the environment that we're in, and lack of exit activity via IPOs, that's not their playbook for a majority of their holdings.
Regent Agrawal, this would complete item D if there are no other questions.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions about this presentation? May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved by the committee. The next item listed on the agenda today is item E. Approval is requested to modify the U.S. System Endowment Fund Statement of Objectives and Policies. Mr. Bartlett, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. The primary edit that we are requesting be approved by the committee and the board is relating to our ability between meetings of the committee to provide additional flexibility for making adjustments within the permitted ranges as approved by the board. This additional flexibility will allow us to take advantage of opportunities that will occur going forward, most likely as a result of the volatility in the market. It will also make sure that we have the authority as codified in the policy to make the directed changes as approved by the board. In the materials on page 10 of the policy, the red line version, you will see the specific language that we are seeking approval for today. There are continued guardrails in the policy. One in particular being that any rebalancing must occur across already approved managers. So you continue to have that control, and so any rebalancing we would do between meetings has to be within managers that you have seen and approved. Secondly, any rebalancing that would occur would be promptly communicated to the committee. Other than that, there's some minor housekeeping in the policy just for ease of reading. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? If there are no questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved by the committee. Thank you. The final item listed on the agenda today is item F. Approval is requested to modify the UHS investment policy for new endowment, non-endowed funds. Mr. Bartlett, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. We are seeking the same, we are seeking approval for the non-endowed policy consistent with what we just discussed regarding the endowment policy, and that is that additional flexibility to, between meetings, take advantage of opportunities in the marketplace should they present themselves as it relates to fixed income versus money market investments. We are adding, as is consistent within the endowment policy, we're adding to this policy the guardrail which says that any rebalancing must occur between managers already in the portfolio. That was not in this policy. We are adding it to give assurance to the committee and to the board that we are going to stay within the confines of managers that you have previously approved. Other than that, there again are some general housekeeping edits for ease of reading. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions about this item F? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. This item is hereby approved by the committee. This concludes the presentation and approval of our agenda items today. May I hear a motion to place the 3 action items unanimously approved by the committee on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. These items have been unanimously approved by the committee and will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval at the meeting held later today, May 14th, 2025. If there are no questions, this concludes all the items that are listed on the agenda for action. I would now like to move to the next section listed on your agenda, Section 2, the executive session. It would be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? If none, there being no further business to conduct before this committee, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We're going to go right into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets set up. Here's their names. They bring their own names with them. They bring their own names with them as well.
Good morning, Beth. And here.
You guys all settled in? All right, here we go. Good morning. As chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please note that the acting chairman of the UH System Board of Regents has declared the Audit and Compliance Committee a committee of the whole for purposes of this meeting today. The only item requiring committee approval is the minutes from the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting held on February 19th, 2025. Does anyone have any corrections to these minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve these minutes? Second?
Second?
The minutes from the February 19th, 2025 Audit Committee Compliance Committee are hereby approved. We have 4 agenda items that will be presented, and all 4 items are being presented for information only. The first action item listed on your agenda today for presentation is item C, a report on the University of Houston System Institutional Compliance Hotline Report for the 3 months ended April 30, 2025. Mr. Sergio Leal, System-Wide Compliance Officer, will you please present your report?
Is this on? Can you hear me? Thank you, Regent King. Good morning. Today I'm presenting the Institutional Compliance Report, which details the hotline reports received during the 3-month period ending April 30th. This first slide shows a breakdown of the fraud and non-compliance hotline reports received for each institution during the months of February, March, and April 2025. On the following slide, the primary issue associated with each hotline report across all system universities is detailed. As you can see, the primary issues identified in the hotline reports during this 3-month period covered a broad range of areas. The categories receiving the most hotline reports were related to violation of policies and procedures, harassment, and violation of laws and regulations. There were 67 hotline reports in total, with 41 received for U of H, 19 for U of H Downtown, 4 received for UH Clear Lake, and 3 received for UH Victoria during this period. This represented an increase in the number of reports compared to the same period a year ago, which was 45 for the months of February, March, and April 2024. The following several slides detail the issues reported for each of the universities. Here you'll see U of H, U of H Downtown, Clear Lake, and Victoria. You may have noted a change in the format of my presentation. This is an attempt to provide you with this information in a more clear and concise manner. That concludes my report. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Leal. This item was presented for information only. No committee action is required. The next item listed today is item D, Report on External Audit Reports, University of Houston System External Audit Report. Mr. Sergio Leal, will you please give your report?
I think I'll take this one, Regent King.
Okay.
It is Houston Public Media, which is being presented. The auditor will be Shakita Rawls, CPA from Forbes. She will be presenting the information to you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first I want to say thank you to the Board of Regents for choosing Forbes Mazars to continue to serve as your service provider. So I'm here to give you the overall results of our audit of Houston Public Media and Houston Public Media Foundation. We did issue a clean, unmodified opinion on the financial statements for the year ending August 31st, 2024. We performed our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States. Our audit standards was designed to obtain reasonable rather than absolute assurance about the financial statements, which essentially means we did not audit every transaction. We took a risk-based approach and developed tests for our testing throughout the year. As a reminder, our audit does not relieve management nor those charged with governance of their responsibilities, and you can, of course, refer back to the contract for further details. Getting into the required communications and the audit results, as it relates to significant accounting policies, which can be found in Note 2 of the audited financial statements, those were consistent with prior year. We did not know any unusual policies or methods, nor did we know any alternative accounting treatments. We do always like to point out any areas that are considered management judgments or accounting estimates, and those included the fair value of endowment investments, which have been properly disclosed in the footnotes. Other areas we like to call out is anytime we issue an emphasis of matters paragraph in our opinion, and we did have one. As it relates to Houston Public Media Foundation, it is a component unit of Houston Public Media, and although this is a tax-exempt entity, a nonprofit, The financial statements have been presented in accordance with GASB for consistency purposes. Moving on to audit adjustments, we did identify several proposed audit adjustments that were recorded by management. For Houston Public Media, this included an increase of $435,000 to capital assets, a decrease of $220,000 to net position, an increase of $21,000 to accounts payable, and an increase of $133,000 to endowment market value. So those were the audit adjustments for Houston Public Media. And then we had a couple for Houston Public Media Foundation that had an impact of a net decrease of $17,000 to accounts payable and to expenses. During the audit, we did communicate to management recent accounting pronouncements that will affect financial reporting for future years, so they are aware of that and will be implementing those new pronouncements as they are applicable. Lastly, we did identify an internal control deficiency, significant deficiency, due to the number of proposed recorded adjustments. So that deficiency was accounted for various transactions and a lack of thorough review to prevent, those findings from happening. We recommended to the entity to establish policies and procedures over month-end close, over the year-end close checklist, and incorporate adjustments made to address any of those items identified. Management did respond to the significant deficiency and identified corrective action plans that will mitigate the risk of the errors going forward. And that concludes our audit results. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it for that item?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. This item was presented for information only, no committee action required. Next on our agenda is item E, a report on external audit reports, University of Houston System, state auditor reports, State of Texas federal portion of the statewide single audit report for the year ended August 31, 2024, report number 25-315, and State of Texas financial portion of the statewide single audit report for the year ended August 31, 2024, report number 25-555. Does everyone remember all those numbers? Mr. Phil Hurd, would you please present your report?
Thank you, Regent King. While there were some minor issues identified, the important thing to take away from both of these reports is there was zero question cost. And so while those minor issues have been addressed by management and are ongoing and are being addressed ongoing, there were no question costs, which is always a good thing to hear. Any questions?
Any questions? No questions. Okay, thank you. This item was presented for information only, no committee report, no committee action required. The last item addressed will be item F, report on University of Houston System internal audit reports. Mr. Phil Hurd, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Regent King. There is one report for your consideration. It is contracts over $1 million. We reviewed a number of them. We found no issues in them. I don't believe there's anything that rises to the board's attention at this time. Any questions?
No questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurd. Again, information only, no committee action required. I would now like to move to the next section listed on the agenda, Section 2, the executive session. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any further questions or comments for Mr. Hurd or Mr. Leal? Okay, listen, guys, you continue to do great work. Thank you. We appreciate it. We're in good hands with you too. So that brings this item, this committee group to an end, and we're adjourned.
Fastest one ever. I told you
We have a lot of time. Do we continue or do we take a break?
that one would be fast.
We're doing it on time here. and
It is
that-
working.
We're plowing right through this, aren't we? This is,
What do you think?
thank you. It's up to you. You want to do one? Let's do, you wanna do one more?
Yeah,
You're up, you're
Dr.
you're
Kadar.
up again. What do you think, Jennifer? You doing
I
okay?
think, yeah. I mean, it's so fast.
Huh?
It's so fast.
I know, we're going so fast. Let's at least do one
Just-
more here.
Yeah. Years and years of practice and years of practice.
Chair.
Good morning again. Welcome to our meeting. As Vice Chair of this committee, I would like to call the Academic Research and Student Success Committee meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents to order. As a quick reminder, please speak clearly when presenting or making remarks so your comments can be recorded. Please note that Acting Chairman, UHS Board of Regents has declared the Academic Research and Student Success Committee in a committee of the whole for the purpose of this meeting today. We have 11 items that will be presented today before the committee. 7 action items for the committee's board's consideration and 4 items for information only. Following the presentation of the various action items, I will ask the committee if there are any questions and call for a vote. Once all action items have been presented and approved, if appropriate, I will make a motion to place these items on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval. I would like to introduce our first item requiring committee approval, the minutes for the Academic Research and Student Success Committee held on February 19, 2025. Does anyone have any corrections to these minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? The minutes for the February 19, 2025 Academic Research and Student Success Committee meeting are hereby approved. Dr. Diane Chase, Senior Vice Chancellor of the Academic Affairs, will you please present the first agenda item?
Good morning. Our first item for the agenda for consideration is approval of item C, approval of faculty promotion and tenure in academic rank, University of Houston system. This is the regular annual process for promotion and tenure of faculty across the system. It is a multi-stage review of candidates that is ultimately approved by the provost and president of each institution. All of the candidates that are presented in the packet meet and exceed the quality that's required, and we request approval.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Does anyone have any further questions? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
as presented?
Second.
Thank you. Second? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? None. This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, will you present the next item?
Our second item for approval is item D, approval of faculty emeritus appointments. These appointments for faculty who have retired or are retiring from the university system. They are individuals who made a significant contribution to the university and a long and distinguished career of scholarship, teaching, and service. Emeritus faculty are expected to remain willing to assist the university and advise as necessary over time. We are recommending items from each of the universities for approval for this title. This is a non-paid position. It's honorific only.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Does anyone have any questions on this item? Item as presented. If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, will you please present the next item?
The next item for approval is item E, approval of faculty development leave, University of Houston system. Faculty development leave is a process. Faculty are eligible for faculty development leave, or FDL, after serving for 7 years at the institution. They must submit a proposal for what they will do during that leave time. It is for 1 semester at full pay or 2 semesters at half pay. And what faculty are doing during this time is generally research and writing. The goal is to prove their productivity and competitiveness. They must serve at their home institution for the amount of time, at least equivalent to the time for which they received that leave. We seek approval.
Are there any questions? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, will you present the next item?
Our next item for approval is item F, approval to delegate authority to the Chancellor to modify test optional admission standards for the University of Houston. We're requesting approval to extend test optional undergraduate admissions for the University of Houston for 5 years. All of the other institutions in the system have previously had this approval. We've done year-by-year approvals up to this point in time and asked for an additional year last year to study the results of test optional. At this point, we're asking for approval. We have, in our studies, been able to show pretty conclusively that GPA is as effective a predictor of student success as those test scores, allowing for test optional as well as test admission provides greater opportunity for students to apply to the institution and makes us competitive in this space. We seek approval.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Does anyone have any questions about this item? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, will you please present the next item?
Our next item for approval is G, approval of new academic programs, University of Houston system. We have one program that we're requesting approval, That is the Master of Arts in Applied School Psychology at the University of Houston, Victoria. This is a program for which there is substantial student demand and workforce need. It will be offered completely online. It will fill a need for licensed school psychologists, and we are requesting approval.
Dr. Chase, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions on this item? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed, none? This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, will you present the next item on the agenda?
The next item for approval is H, request for approval of program closures, University of Houston system. There are 2 program closures we are requesting approval for. One is the Master of Science in Publishing at the University of Houston, Victoria. The other is the Master of Arts in World Cultures and Literature at the University of Houston. Both of these programs we're seeking approval to close because of reduced low student enrollment. In the first case, the Master of Science in Publishing, there is one faculty, a tenured faculty member, that will be dismissed because of closure of the program. That will be covered later in the agenda. For the Master of Arts in World Cultures and Literature at the University of Houston, no faculty are impacted. In both cases, all students are appropriately taken care of through Teach Out. We're seeking approval.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Does anyone have any questions?
No.
If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, please present the
next
the
item
next
for
item.
approval.
Item I.
Is item I. It's request for approval of transfer of a specialist in school psychology. It's the SSP program from the University of Houston, Victoria to the University of Houston, where it will be taught at the Katy campus. This is a program that's been offered by Victoria in Katy. In their move towards Katy, this is one program that cannot be moved to Victoria because it is dependent on the Katy location and working with the Katy schools. So we're seeking approval to transfer the program. This will actually transfer the faculty to the University of Houston, and all students will be taught out by the University of Houston. So no faculty or no student harm in this process. We seek approval.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Does anyone have any questions on this item? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved. Dr. Chase, please present the next item J on the agenda.
Item J is for information only. It is the introduction of the University Dean for the C.T. Bauer College of Business at the University of Houston. Dr. Jianjun Ging has started as of May 1st of this academic year. He was previously a professor of management science and a distinguished chair in business at the A.B. Friedman School at Tulane University, where he also served as a senior associate dean for academic programs. While he was there, he had numerous accomplishments, including that program moved up in the rankings by 38 spots within a 4-year time period. He has experience in business analytics and information technology. He is well-renowned in terms of his publications. His PhD is in information systems from the University of Texas at Austin. And I would love if Dean Gang would come and say hello.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, the distinguished Board of Regents. Hi, Thomas. I think I met a few of you before. So thanks for the introduction. I don't think I have much to add. The only thing I want to add is my full name is Xianjun Gen. I usually go by my last name, Gen. I hope we see each other again and again and again. Last week when I met with Provost Chase, I mentioned that my first impression of the Bauer College of Business is very, very positive. Strong people, strong budget, and strong programs. So thank you so much. Any question I can answer? Or?
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Chase. This item was presented for information only and no committee action is required. Dr. Chase, please present the next item K on the agenda.
Item K is for information only. It is a presentation from the Division of Energy Innovation at the University of Houston by Dr. or VP Krishnamurti. And I'll let him take it away.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity here to tell you a little bit about the work of the Division of Energy Innovation, specifically focused on building our startup culture and entrepreneurship culture at the university. If I can have the presentation, let me see if I can get that to happen. Yes. So this is me, Ramanan Krishnamurti. I've been here for almost 30 years at the university, and I've been leading this division for about 2 years. And just to give you a sense of what we do in the space of innovation, I thought I'd share with you what our goals and missions are. We really are here to promote research and scholarship by building a culture of innovation, entrepreneurship, and find ways to transfer and commercialize the technologies developed at the university in the most effective way through 2 pathways. One is really the part that the state of Texas requires us as a university to build on, which is protect intellectual property and find ways to get it into the commercial space. That's one part of it, the patenting and licensing part. I have an AVP, Mike Harold, who used to be former chair of chemical engineering, who's running that, and we do a great job. And I'll talk about some of the metrics there as it pertains to our patenting and licensing in terms of the university. What I'm going to tell you a little bit more about today is what we do in the space of startups and entrepreneurship. We have an amazing jewel in something called the Technology Bridge. And just to give you the part, Beth is hiding this part from the presentation, but you should see this better out there. You should see that Hale Ardebelli is the AVP for startups and entrepreneurship, and she has a culture of actually building companies and really taking ideas from patent to commercialization. And what we're trying to do is build this culture further. So just want to tell you that this is not our first rodeo at the university doing this. We actually have a pretty significant track record in the area of entrepreneurship and startups, and actually even building licensing income. The University of Houston was an inaugural member of this unique class of universities called Innovation Economic Prosperity Universities. This was designated by the APLU, the American Public and Land Grant Universities, and this was done in 2013 when we got our first designation. And since then, we have renewed it twice, and we just got it the latest renewal in 2023. This is a class of about 50 universities across the country that have this designation. We are seen at the top of that list, if you will. The university itself has spun out over 70 companies since based on UHIP. A couple of the big famous ones are largely in the biotech area, and they have really built a fairly credible sort of track record for the university. They have raised these companies that UHIP or partnered with companies that have started in the hard tech space based on patents, based on IP, have raised over $855 million in capital over the lifetime of these companies. I mentioned one of the big ones that we are very proud of is a company called Medox. It's a company that is looking to build superconductor wires. It is a technology that was developed in physics, and where Alex Ignatieff had developed this work, where he had found a new way to make superconductor wires. And that company just raised $30 million in a Series B funding last year. We have had the blessing of having an incubator right adjacent to campus. It's called the Technology Bridge, which, by the way, is going to have a facelift over the next few years. But that place has actually been a jewel for us in sort of building a startup culture. We have had over 50 companies come out through that system, and really, and it's a place where we have the most unique thing in the city of Houston, a wet lab incubator. We have about 30 companies there today that continue to build our efforts in entrepreneurship and taking IP and developing it. We lean heavily on the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship. The Wolf Center, as you know, has been ranked #1 for 6 consecutive years by the Princeton Review, and is one of those places which has had a history of excellence. We lean very heavily on them to really build the startup culture. So what do we do specifically to build this? I'm telling you some data here, but we do 2 things. One is really try and find ways to get companies to form, to get them to incubate, and then to build ways to exit. And the other is really how do we take nascent ideas and build it with the Wolf Center. So I'll talk about the first one, which is how do we find ways to take companies that are already formed and get them through the process faster and better. We do a number of different things. We educate these companies. Many of these companies come with very deep technical expertise or a great idea, but they don't know how to do the whole 360 on how to create companies. So we provide them education. Over the last year and a half, we've had over 60 educational programs that we've delivered to these companies in the Technology Bridge. These are all focused on innovation and entrepreneurship. We've hosted a very large event, part of the Tech Fest event, where we had over 2,000 individuals come through the Technology Bridge, come and engage with our startup companies, with other startup ecosystems, and really understand that this is a collective team sport to build things. We create programs. One of these really interesting programs that we have created has been the Innovate Hub program. This is a program where we take innovators, founders, and really build them, help them build companies. We've had this program since 2023. We've had 5 cohorts of individuals go through this. We've had 53 innovators in that program, 10 hard tech startups launched since in the last 2 years. These companies have found ways to get equity into their companies by going and writing grants for SBIR and STTR grants. These are government-funded grants. There are about 20 different agencies at the federal government that give out small business and small technology transfer grants. These can go anywhere from $300,000 as a phase 1 grant to over $3 million as a phase 3 grant. These Innovate Hub founders have really built up a culture to grow their equity through government funding, and they've got 14 SBIR, STTR grants over this period of time. One of the interesting things in this space, as many of you know, is a lot of people are interested in creating startups. A lot of people are saying, I want to be an entrepreneur, but they don't stick to it. So we've looked at this Innovate Hub program and looked at retention rates. Of the 53 innovators that have come through, 52 have completed and have continued to build this program. So 98% retention is something that we are truly happy with and believe is a great way to sort of continue to grow this effort that we've got. Again, innovation is not an individual sport, it is a team sport. How you participate with others matters. And so this is where we've built partnerships. So this Innovate Hub program that we talked about was built in partnership with SBDC. SBDC is a state-funded program that comes to the University of Houston as part of the Bauer College of Business. It's associated with them, but they now are also housed at the Technology Bridge, and they co-deliver this Innovate Hub program. We've also partnered with the Houston Angel Network. This was an MOU that we recently signed with the Houston Angel Network to really build that ability for our startup companies to go and get funding from external partners. And lastly, I want to sort of highlight to you that we continue to build partnerships. For instance, with the Pearland Innovation Hub, we are one of the few academic partners that Pearland and Sugarland Innovation Hubs have, and we continue to grow those types of partnerships as we go forward. So I want to tell you about when we talk about partnerships, I want to tell you about something else that we do, which is very unique, where we take advantage of our Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship, where we take IP that the university has and build it through that excellent program in the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship, which has between 30 and 40 undergraduate students going through a very rigorous program. We provide them with IP from the University of Houston and the faculty expertise that comes with that IP to help these teams build business plans. These are very effective partnerships where these students are able to build business plans, start that nascent company, and start to win significant prizes. You see, one of the companies that we had that went through the last cohort through the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship was Carbon X. This is a company that is looking to take carbon out of the air. It's a technology developed in mechanical engineering by Professor Hadi Ghassemi, and it is something that they have been able to go and win several prizes in national competitions, and really been one of those game-changing companies which we believe can actually, over the coming few years, will be part of the solution, not part of the problem when it comes to the energy, the issue with CO2. We also find ways to build additional competitions with the Wolf Center for Entrepreneurship. Chevron has been a huge contributor to the university in terms of helping us build pitch competitions. That's been a place where we've partnered with the Wolf Center to really engage our students, our faculty, to put together programs that are meaningful and can compete in the national landscape. Lastly, the Cougs for Energy competition was something that we've recently developed. We've had companies come through that have now been able to go, not just get prize money, but actually now go compete on national competitions, not just for pitch competitions that are held by private entities or by venture capitalists, but also with the Department of Energy, where they've been able to go and win significant prizes that allows them to start these companies and grow them. So this sort of partnership building is crucial because that's the way we sort of engage and deliver. I want to sort of end with this last sort of note to tell you where next is this effort going. We built, as I mentioned, we built this partnership with Houston Angel Network. We've also built a partnership with Houston Exponential. We're bringing a mentor and investor network group that will come to help our startup companies and entrepreneurs. We have engaged very significantly with our alumni. Thanks to Eloise Bryce and Mike Pede, we've been able to engage pretty significantly with them. At the Tech Bridge now, we have an alumni lounge where any startup, any entrepreneur who's interested in coming and engaging has a place to come and land, come and park themselves for a little bit, be able to create those networking connections, and really build, I think, a culture here that is different. We also have an innovation podcast that will be launched pretty soon. This will be coming out again out of the Tech Bridge. Mike Pede will be the host of it, and really building on what this university does really well. And lastly, we are looking to see how we can create a larger fund that would be based on alumni. We're putting the guardrails around this. We know other academic institutions have done this successfully. We want to be that sort of moving, find a way to move our alumni to engage more closely in sort of investing in our companies at the university, but also find the value that comes out of it. All of this, as you all know, Dr. Couture, none of this happens without metrics. And she holds us to this on a serious basis. So we follow 6 metrics that we think are going to be important when it comes to pushing the university to the top 50 public universities. We think disclosures, this idea of creating new intellectual properties and sharing those with the world is important. So these disclosures are what come out of faculty. Last year, we had 89 disclosures out of the University of Houston. That is a significant uptick to where we've been in the past, and we continue to find ways to grow this. Our goal is to get to 120 disclosures, roughly 1 disclosure for every $2 million of research expenditure that we do. Last year, we had 57 total patents that were issued to the University of Houston. 37 of those were US, 20 of those were worldwide. We continue to push that so that we can build the university's sort of positioning in this space. 37 patents landed us at what, number 60 in the country for systems of universities in terms of patents. Startups is a big one. We've been pushing hard. We had 10 startups last year, but just creating startups is not good enough. We want them to thrive and come out at the back end with exits. Last year, we had 3 exits come out of the university. I had them on the previous slide, one of the previous slides, the names of these companies, but they are our pride and joy. When they go through the startup process, come out as successful incubated companies and then are ready to accelerate, that is a big deal for us. We also know that not everything that we do, not everything that we create at the university has to be created and taken to commercialization by the university. So licensing is an important variable. And so we look at number of licenses. We have a total of 50 active licenses of our patents. We have 747 active patents across the university. 50 of them are licensed. We're trying to push that number higher because, again, the more we can get in terms of at-bats, and those licenses are really at-bats, right? The more hits we can get. And the hits is really licensing revenue. And last year, we were at $7 million in licensing revenue, largely based on a blockbuster drug that's unfortunately the patent protection for it has expired, but we continue to try and find ways to get more at-bats so that we can increase our licensing revenue over the years to really bring it back as another way to sort of get revenue to the university to grow our research and scholarship. Ultimately, this is all about research and scholarship. Patents by themselves don't mean anything unless we can promote research and the dissemination, the creation and dissemination of knowledge. With that, I want to thank you for your patience and be happy to take questions from you.
Dr. Krishnamurthy, thank you very much. It's very, very impressive what you are doing here. And I got a question for you and Dr. Couture. Before Dr. Couture came, he used to get an intellectual property revenue of under $1 million. How much revenue are we getting today? This will be a good information for people to know who may not know.
So we were at about $700,000 in 2008. This last year, we were at $7 million. 2 years before that, we were at 70 million, but we're on the wrong side of that trajectory, but we're finding ways to really catalyze and grow that revenue back up.
This is amazing. What you are doing is wonderful. I do remember that $5 million or $3 million from India, government of India, you saved them $200 million. I remember working on the project with you and Dr. Couture, and this is very, very impressive. unless if somebody has some other questions. I did see somebody had some other questions.
Dr. Chris Nemorte, it's amazing presentation, and you're doing amazing work for the university, and we appreciate it. And entrepreneurship and everything that you're doing is just makes this university very proud. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Couldn't do it without the support of the whole team here, so thank you.
I think the board should visit the Tech Bridge
Yes.
sometime. We should
Yeah,
take you
that'd
all,
be a
or
good
maybe
thing
we
to
should
do.
have, meeting may not be possible with all the arrangements, but a visit is definitely possible.
I commend your passion. It's infectious, and your results are accordingly excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If there are no other questions, this item was presented for information only and no committee action is required. Dr. Chase, please introduce next item.
Our next, excuse me, our next item is L. It is for information only. These will be federal funding updates, and I will turn it over to VP Newhouser.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's difficult to follow Ramadan with something that's more the volatility that we currently experience in federal funding. So let me set the stage for this. So once a year, we come to you and talk about our expenditures that we have on the research side. Those expenditures have different sources. So federal funding is one source. We get funding from state and local, business and industry, nonprofit, various other external organizations, and then institutional funding. And so what I want to show you is, first of all, dependence on federal funding, and then also the risks we're currently facing with all the changes at the federal government that affects research. And so this has a slow response time, so to be patient. So I will be talking about the federal higher education R&D expenditures in fiscal year 23 first. This does automatically. So expenditures is one of the metrics we track across different institutions because it's a very straightforward and consistent measure across institutions that we can use to figure out how much research do we actually do at each institution, and it allows us to compare with each other. And so fiscal year 23 that's the most recent data that the National Science Foundations provide. And so we can use that to get a better understanding of how much is actually our reliance on federal funding. And so if we look at all institutions, the expenditures in fiscal year 23 were about $108 billion. Of those externally competed ones were about $81 billion, and of those federal ones were $59.6 billion. So if you look at the percentage of federal expenditures among all the externally competitive expenditures that institutions have, that's 73.6%. So that tells you that we have a really high reliance across all institutions in the US on federal funding. If we just look at the University of Houston in fiscal year 23, we had about $230 million in research expenditures. Of those, $147.6 million were external, and federal were around $99.5 million. So if we do the math, it's about 67.4%. So it's a bit lower than the national average, but it's still a very high reliance on federal funding. So let me talk about where we get the federal funding from. There are various agencies where we apply for funding. We get awards, typically 3 to 5 year awards, some of them are shorter. Funding agencies include, for instance, National Institutes of Health, it's parts of Health and Human Services, National Science Foundation, Department of Energy. So we apply for this, we get the award, we spend it, we count how much dollars do we spend each year. This is now for fiscal year 24 because we already have that data, we just don't have comparison data. And from this graph, you see that our highest expenditures come from the Health and Human Services, and that's mostly National Institutes of Health. It's about 95% of funding we get from Health and Human Services is NIH funding, and that comes to about $51 million. The next highest is National Science Foundation, about $21.5 million, and then it goes down quickly. And this is our share is comparable to what other institutions get. So Department of Energy is about 9 million, Department of Defense 8 million, Department of Education is 4.3 million, and then all the other ones, there are a whole slew of other agencies we get funding from. It's about $10.2 million. So if you just look at NIH and NSF, we get about 70% of our total expenditures come from just those two agencies. And so here are the challenges. So there are a number of challenges I would like to share with you. The first one is what we've seen since January is a significant decrease in the number of awards we're getting. So agencies have delayed making awards. And so if we compare 2024, which are the red bars, and 2025, which are the yellow bars, January, February, March, and so you can, so the second block is February, the third block is March. And the same data is also in the table. You can see that the number of awards in each month are about half of what we used to get. And in March, we got 1 award from the NIH, and that was the same in April. So usually we get many more awards. So agencies are currently holding back. They have not done review sessions. They need to review it first, and the agency has to make a decision whether or not to make the award, send it to us. We have to set it up. And so there has been a real decrease in the number of awards we're getting. So looking forward, we will likely see some gaps in funding. So we're hoping, of course, that eventually agencies will catch up and will send us all the awards that we should be getting, but we don't know what's going to happen. The other thing that has happened since January is that awards have been terminated for certain topics. So DEIs, so Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Awards, are no longer funded, and also green energy, we have seen terminations. So there's an update as of Friday last week. We have had 25 terminations. About 12 of them were from the NSF. We've only had 3 from the NIH, and then the other agencies, like 1 or 2 awards that have been terminated. So they can be in the middle, like after, for a 3-year award, after 2 years, they can say, you know, this is the end of it, you have to close it out, you cannot spend the rest of the money. So if you look at the money involved, the budget involved in the 25 awards that we have, where we have expenditures that we have not incurred yet, that's around $4 million. So that's the current decrease in funding that we will be experiencing over the next couple of years, as these grants would have normally run out their course and people would have spent on it. So that's money we will not be able to spend.
What happens to the people who were working on that?
Yeah, so we have actually a process developed together with the Office of the Provost. So the PI first tells us that the award is terminated. They're usually the ones who find out first. And then they work with their college on figuring out who is on the award. It's mostly what we're concerned about are the graduate students that are funded. Colleges have funding that they can sort of bridge that over because we haven't seen that many terminations yet. So at this point, we're asking colleges to bridge them over with their own funding so that the graduate students at least will be funded.
But what about those areas that are being, like the DEI and the green energy? What happens there?
So faculty will need to pivot their research. So some of this is, for instance, we have grants where certain, like African-American students in engineering, and certain support programs that make sure that they succeed. Those can be pivoted into all students. That's what we see. Green energy, sometimes it's redeveloping the idea. Sometimes they will have to find completely new areas of research. It is not rare for funding agencies to change the focus. And so faculty are typically actually used to pivoting to other areas. I mean, we're in some ways generalists within our narrow areas, so we can pivot into other areas or find new collaborations. There's also opportunities with industry, getting funding from there, or with nonprofit organizations. Some of the nonprofit organizations have stepped up actually and have said, especially for NSF funding, there's one nonprofit organization that said, if your funding was cut, here's funding to bridge you over until you can find something else.
And the faculty, just to add to that, they're writing to a call. So there's a specific call. It's not that our faculty were necessarily trying to focus on the DEI-related grants. It's that there was a call related to particular kinds of training or research, and faculty are applying for that. So they would apply in a different kind of a way to other populations.
And we're looking specifically to funding opportunities and disseminate them to our faculty so that they can find other opportunities to apply for.
I think, Regent King, your question was really very valid as to what's happening with people. And I just wanted to point out, as we see, especially in health-related institutions, many layoffs that we read about, or also on very, very large institutions where they have $1 billion plus type of research portfolio, we see layoffs. And the difference, we do not have any layoffs, faculty and staff, and the reason is because the faculty's base salary, we never have put it on research grants. So their base funding, 9 months of their base funding does come from the institutional resources, and it's their summer support, but mostly the grants also provide for graduate students and postdocs. Yeah. So the most impact is going to be, we won't see any layoffs, but most impact is going to be on continuation of graduate students. So they are our priority. They're making sure that the graduate students get covered. So that's one. The second thing about the faculty, I mean, no faculty here, I would say, is doing research in just one particular area, whether it's clean energy or DEI or something. I mean, they have so much of applications. And you will see, I think, in the presentation later on, there are new opportunities where there is federal funding and where there is a state funding. So we have just organized our research into groups where we can take advantage of all of those to continue our research further.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
The next change we're anticipating is with indirect cost recovery. So that is something, indirect costs are difficult to understand quite often because we're getting additional money from the government that just pays for is somewhat nebulous. At least for most people, it looks nebulous. There's a long history to this. So this started during the Second World War when the federal government asked universities to provide research. The federal government decided that they should pay for also the other costs that institutions incur when they do research. For instance, the administration, the utility, for instance, we run a large compute cluster that takes a lot of electricity. It's all used for research, so that's something the federal government is willing to pay for. Part of the library, equipment and building depreciation, so things that cannot be put directly into a grant. Like we cannot figure out how much electricity does a specific grant cost and charge that directly to the grant. So the government has developed a mechanism. It's a very rigorous mechanism. They come to us every few years and we figure out how much do we actually pay per dollar direct cost that we get for research, how much do we pay for all these other things that we cannot really allocate to a grant. So that's what indirect cost is. And so our current on-campus research IDC rate is 57%. So for every dollar we get in direct research costs that the faculty spends in their labs, we get 57 cents on top of it where we can pay for all the other things. Like, for instance, my office is paid out of IDC.
How does that compare to our peers, like 57?
It's in line with our peers, so that's sort of a standard rate. I mean, some of the private institutions are much higher, but for a public institution, that's roughly the rate.
Do they audit that? Do they look at that?
Do they do what?
Audit?
Yeah. So there's actually a very rigorous process. So it takes quite a bit of time to develop the rate. So the federal government has a way of calculating that. That's all in federal regulations, and so we get evaluated every few years. And we've been 55% the last time. We're 57% now. Is an increase in research activity, and more labs, wet labs in particular, they sort of increase the rate. Nonprofit organizations don't typically pay that rate. And so the federal government asked valid questions like, why do we have to pay 57% and you accept somewhere between 0 and 15% from nonprofit agencies? And so what they've started to do is to try to push 15% indirect cost rate to all institutions. So the NIH was first February 7th. This is on the right-hand side, you see a screenshot of that notice from the NIH where they reduced the indirect cost rate. That went immediately to court and was stopped on April 4th, and there's currently an appeal process going on. Then the Department of Energy was next. They also wanted to have a 15% IDC rate. There's currently a temporary restraining order in place. And then the NSF came on May 2nd and also tried to enforce 15%, but that also went to court and is currently stopped. So right now we have a 57% IDC rate, but we're sort of expecting that discussions will continue and that that rate may change.
About whether or not you can do these nationwide injunctions. And so this is the item that the U.S. Supreme Court will be taking up soon.
And so we don't know where this ends up, but there's already, if you look at the components of the indirect costs, like the administrative part of it is already capped at 26%. So there are ways of capping the rate. We just don't know where we end up. And 15% would actually be, that would be a pretty big hit we would have to take. And it would not really cover the cost of research that we incur when we take federal awards.
And just to anticipate the same question is, do we have absolutely met to plan for if and when that actually took place? We have different plans in place to adjust and pivot, and I do think it will have a fairly significant impact.
And it would
And
be
I think one more point to think about it, even though we do get 57% indirect cost, institution still spends more than that on to support research.
That's what I thought.
So this is the capped rate. So the typical rate is around 70% if it were an uncapped rate, if we actually put everything in there. So we'll see where this goes. I don't have a crystal ball for that one. So if you look at the impact, just so you get some of the numbers, in fiscal year 24, we had about $29.6 million recovered on federal grants, was a total direct of $74.4 million. And so if it had been 15% already in fiscal year 24, then we can figure out what the impact would have been. We would have lost about $20 million. And most of it would have come from the NIH, to about an $11 million cut, and NSF $4.2 million, and then the other smaller agencies, or where we get smaller funding from, it's obviously a lot less. The other challenge we're facing is currently we don't know what the fiscal year 26 R&D budget will be, so the process is relatively lengthy. The White House puts out a budget first, and then Congress follows. Both House and Senate, there are budget suggestions. And what we've seen so far is that the White House budget has been published, and what we see are significant decreases. But that also has to be taken into context. If you look over the last several years, and so what you see on the right-hand side, the figure, this is in $1 billion, the federally financed higher ed R&D expenditures between 2010 and 2023. So you can see after like 2017, there was a steep increase, and we've seen a 50% increase in federal expenditures over those years. And some of this comes from the COVID funding that the government provided, and so that COVID funding would also go away over time. So we would expect a decrease regardless. But what we've seen in the fiscal year 26 budget is that there are significant decreases proposed. So HHS, which for us is mostly NIH, the decrease for the NIH was suggested to be from $47 billion to $27 billion. So there would be a lot less funding available if that actually was approved. NSF would go from $8.8 billion to around $3.9 billion, and then DOE, so Department of Energy, Office of Science, where we get the awards primarily from, the decrease would not be that steep, but we don't also know what will be funded.
How much of this is just negotiation?
There's a lot of negotiation usually happening. So we have not seen the part from the Congress. Usually the two come somewhere, but we don't know what happens this year.
But we know it's probably not going up.
That would be my guess. If I had to bet, I'm not a betting person, but if I were one, I would not bet it would go up. But we don't know about how much it will go down. And some agencies may be eliminated. For others, we don't really know. There wasn't enough detail in this, what they call the skinny budget.
I think we should focus on intellectual property and innovation more, so that we can have more revenue coming to us.
That's one of the strategies, is really focusing more on the direct translation. There may also be more funding available for that. And so this is the, oops, I don't want to skip the good news. This is my good news last slide. I don't want to end with all the negative projections. There are opportunities. There are changes in research directions. There will be a restructuring, very likely restructuring of the Health and Human Services. There's a new administration for Healthy America is proposed to improve health resources for low-income Americans, and it will focus on areas where we actually have a lot of strength. So primary care, maternal and child health, mental health, environmental health, workforce development, those are all areas where we actually have a significant strength. So there will be new opportunities, new funding opportunities our faculty can apply for, and maybe pivot their research into those areas, or those who are in those areas may simply see more funding opportunities. There's also, I'm sure you have heard about this major effort on ending the epidemic of chronic illnesses. So we have a lot of strength in that as well. So that is positive for us. Jay Bhattacharya, who's the new director of the NIH, he sent a letter to all of the NIH for the new directions, and one of them is a focus on improving population health. We have a lot of strength in population health, so that's actually very positive for us. NSF priorities, from what we've heard, AI and quantum will not change, so they will continue to fund that. We have made good investments in AI. We hired quite a few faculty in those areas, so we're well positioned there. In DOE, Department of Energy, we have a very broad portfolio, and you've heard Ramana talk about that quite a bit in the past. Energy system, supply chain security. So there are new opportunities that we will see that will be very positive for us. So even if all the funding goes down, there will be other opportunities we haven't had in the past. And our goal is really to make sure our faculty is prepared for that. So we put people together into groups. We have some funding opportunities for them to build teams. There are also new state opportunities. President Kato mentioned that. DIPRIT, so that's focusing on dementia and dementia-related research. So we have started to put teams together for that, so that we will be prepared to respond to those funding opportunities when they come to us. So I wanted to end on a positive note here.
You know, these situations create a lot of anxiety, and
yes, they do.
I'm sure you are living through that. But the universities, I think, that accept the new reality and pivot quickly will be the winners.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do.
Right. That's my take on it too. I mean, you can't be paralyzed by anxiety, and it also affects all universities, so it's not that it's targeted at us. That would be a different situation, obviously, if we were the only one. But it affects all universities. So for us, it's let's figure out where the new opportunities are and go after the new opportunities.
Thank you. And we are in a lot better shape than a lot of the other universities. So that helps us.
Thank you, Dr. Newhouser, for your presentation. This item was presented for information only, and no committee action is required. We now move to the final item listed on your agenda today. Dr. Chase, will you please introduce the success story item?
Our final agenda item is information only, student success story presentation. And I would like Associate Dean Stuart Long to come forward and to introduce the topic and our students who are going to present their undergraduate research.
Good morning. As I said, I'm Stuart Long, Associate Dean for Undergraduate Research in the Honors College. And on behalf of our Office of Undergraduate Research and Major Awards, we're really pleased today to share the research efforts of 3 of our really outstanding students. Our office has been in existence now for about 20 years, and it provides opportunities for one-on-one faculty mentored research. This past year, we were able to grant $760,000 in scholarships for full-time research programs during the summer and part-time research programs during the academic year. Undergraduates, both in and out of the Honors College in about equal numbers, and from all departments and disciplines participate each year. In addition, our office provides guidance for applications for major fellowships such as Fulbright, Marshall, Truman, and Rhodes. We've experienced great success in recent years and had 14 Fulbright students this past year. really all due to the leadership of Dr. Ben Rader in our office. Last month, we hosted the 20th Annual Undergraduate Research Day, where we had about 300 student posters were presented to an audience of more than 700. This day has become one of the most popular events on campus and continues to grow each year. It's a massive undertaking, and its success is largely because of the efforts of Dr. Ricky Bettinger, who's here today and our director of our office. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the Provost's Office and the Division of Research and the Honors College. And I'd like to thank the Provost and the VPR and the Dean of the Honors College are all here today for our support. Moving now to our presenters. First, we'll hear from Victoria Blake, an English major who worked with Dr. Ann Christensen. Second will be Paul Daniel from Biology and Biochemistry, mentored by Dr. Washin and Frank McCunn. And lastly, Natalie Lindy, a biomedical engineering major who worked with both Dr. Marzia Cheskun from Mechanical Engineering and Dr. Daniel DeSalvo from the Baylor College of Medicine. I will let each of them tell you a bit about their work, and we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Hello. My research was focused on the folklore and mythology of A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I was fortunate enough to get to work on this through the Mellon Scholars Program, and then follow it through to my senior honors thesis. So what first drew me to this project was the hybrid setting of the play. I was fascinated by the fact that Shakespeare chose to merge classical mythology with traditional elements of English folklore, which was fascinating to me because these two cultures had very different perceptions during the early modern period. The classical was highly regarded and esteemed, whereas folklore was dismissed as the popular culture of an uneducated lower class, and also dismissively associated with women and children. So I was interested in Shakespeare's decision to include both of these in coexistence, as opposed to picking one over the other. And so I set out to explore whether the play reflected a collaboration or maybe a clash between these two traditions. Very early on in my research, however, I realized the premise with which I'd started had been flawed. I wanted to explore these traditions as separate entities in communication with one another, when in reality, the boundaries between them are very blurry and difficult to define. In terms of popular versus elite culture, the notion that different classes had isolated cultures is just not true. They were in communication with one another and shared community with each other. So aristocratic children were being raised by lower class servants who shared various stories and raised them on them just the same as everyone else. And as for women, we have evidence that women of all classes engaged with these stories, particularly as a way of coping with infant mortality or child developmental disorders. As for the lower classes, there's plenty of ways through which they may have taken up classical literature and mythology, even if they didn't engage with it in a way that the higher classes would have understood, be it through clergy or through traveling tradespeople, or even the same servants who were in these aristocratic homes. There's no reason to assume that the storytelling only went one way. And of course, theater. Elizabethan theater was full of classical references and Ovidian references in particular, and attracted a largely lower class audience nonetheless. So even if someone went in not knowing about Pyramus and Thisbe, for example, they certainly would have known about it by the time they left. Similarly, even trying to define folklore and classical as separate entities is difficult because there was massive amounts of syncretism between the two. For as long as people had tried to define or imagine fairies, they'd use a classical framework to do so. Some of our oldest fairy literature involves Roman gods and goddesses as main characters in these tales. And in the end, the world that Shakespeare crafts, for all its fantastical absurdities does prove to be a more accurate reflection of the complex cultural landscape of the early modern period than any attempt to portray either in isolation.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Daniel. I'm a senior at the University of Houston, majoring in biology on a pre-medical track, and my work was with pancreatic cancer under Wajian and Frank McKeon. So basically how our technology works is that we can take ascites, which is fluid that builds up in your peritoneal cavity when you have late-stage pancreatic cancer, and we can isolate cancer stem cells from them. So this is different from what other people might do in the field, where they might have to go through full biopsies and to acquire this. But ascites is removed as biological waste because it causes these patients pain in late-stage pancreatic cancer. And so one of the reasons why we're doing this is because pancreatic cancer is one of the most deadly cancers that are out there. It's only the 10th most common cancer, but it's the 3rd leading cause of cancer death, and it's expected to rise to the 2nd leading cause by 2030. So using this technology of cloning cancer stem cells has a lot of applicability. One of the things that we're able to do is understand drug resistance, and that's my main project. So when you treat somebody with pancreatic cancer with the standard of care, for example, we have a drug called gemcitabine. What you might see is 50% of these cells die. The question you then ask is it 50% because all of the cells die, or is it 50% because one subtype dies and the other one fully lives? And so that's kind of what my project focuses on. And what we see is that there's resistant and sensitive types. When you treat one clone of pancreatic cancer stem cells, you see that one might fully die, and that's the sensitive type. When you treat another one, that one fully lives, and that's the resistant type. And so what we think is going on within patients is that sure, this sensitive type is dying when they treat these patients, but what's now repopulating is a resistant clone of pancreatic cancer stem cells. And so the value of this is that if we target these cancer stem cells at the cancer stem cell level, we can stop the tumor from progressing and initiating. So that's the thrust of our project. And what we can do is, because these are cancer stem cells, when we introduce them into mice that have that are immunodeficient, they form tumors. And so now we can treat these in vitro as well as in vivo to see if these are actually applicable for future use. And so with that same technology, we've also developed our own drugs through the Jean McKeon lab. And we've shown that our drug, which we've just called Drug X, for the safekeeping purposes until we go forth with it. But we've shown that it actually is able to significantly reduce these pancreatic cancer stem cells, but also treat the tumor that's introduced into the mouse. So that's the thrust of our project, and thank you all for being here.
Hi. Okay, there we go. Hi, my name is Natalie. I'm currently a junior biomedical engineering student, also on the pre-med track. And I just briefly wanted to thank the Office of Undergraduate Research and Major Awards for being the reason that I can conduct research and make positive change in the study of a chronic illness that I actually have. So type 1 diabetes, I currently live with it. It is an autoimmune disorder that affects your pancreas's ability to create insulin, and insulin is a hormone that affects your blood sugar. And your blood sugar impacts everything about your daily life. That's when you eat, what you eat, when you sleep, whether you can legally drive to work in the morning. I mean, a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes is truly life-changing, for better or for worse. And there have been some amazing innovations that have come out in the last couple of decades to improve the quality of life of those with type 1 diabetes. One of those is a continuous glucose monitor, so that's a CGM. That takes your blood glucose from your body every 5 minutes and allows the person with type 1 diabetes to make informed decisions about their blood glucose and how much insulin they need because of that continuous glucose monitor. So that replaces, constantly pricking your finger at meals and things like that. Also, after that, we had the insulin pump and then the automated insulin delivery system. So aid systems essentially have a closed-loop algorithm where they speak to the continuous glucose monitor to deliver insulin every 5 minutes based off that blood glucose. And what that allows you to do is, sleep in case you have a low blood sugar in the middle of the night. Your insulin pump will use that closed-loop algorithm to automatically suspend your insulin. That's one example of how amazing this innovation is. Type 1 diabetes is frequently diagnosed in adolescents, so under the age of 18. So I'm sure you can imagine being a kid, being a teenager is hard enough without a life-changing diagnosis. And the new onset period directly after diagnosis is about 3 months, 4 months, where this patient or this child that's just been diagnosed is going to be super high risk for things like seizures, diabetic ketoacidosis, hospitalization. And because of this new onset high-risk period, a lot of parents, caregivers, and children themselves will opt not to use a continuous glucose monitor and an insulin pump just because they're afraid, they just had this big diagnosis. They don't want to stick a machine on them and hope for the best. So our study was between the Baylor College of Medicine and the University of Houston. This project was part of a paper that's currently under review with Hormone Pediatrics. We focused on the Omnipod 5, which is one of the most commonly used insulin pumps and aid systems on the market today. We set out to prove that the Omnipod 5 is both effective and safe in this new onset period. And long story short, we proved it. Awesomely, we had no adverse safety events during this new onset period for our patient population that were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and then using the Omnipod 5. We also had very positive glycemic outcomes. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but basically on that figure 3, which is in the bottom left, green means good, and you can see a lot of green. So that's a lot of time in range, which is a really great thing to see, especially for these adolescents. And one trend that we did not expect whenever we initiated the study was that as the age of diagnosis increased, you actually saw better glycemic outcomes, which is usually we kind of expect the opposite. Once you're a teenager, you start to take worse care of your health, typically, maybe sneak a cupcake at school or something. And we suspect that the reason we saw that inversion of what we expected was because of figure 4. Figure 4 is essentially showing across the age groups how tight the insulin pump control is. So as our age of diagnosis got older, they gave more control over to the pump and did less of the insulin delivery and the insulin management on their own. So essentially more blue means that they've given more control to the pump. And then in the youngest age group, they gave almost no control to the pump, which we suspect is because the caregivers, the parents, were just simply afraid to allow their young child to go off to school relying entirely on this technology. And what we saw was that those glycemic outcomes were increasing as they became more reliant on that insulin pump, also proving the efficacy of this insulin pump. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our students? And by the way, they've each showed you that one slide is their poster. So they present a poster and then have that to talk to folks about on undergraduate research day. Any questions?
Yeah. I don't have questions, so if you have questions, I just had a comment.
So, Dr. Long, thank you very much, and thanks to your team for this presentation. This is an excellent presentation. If your team wants a picture with the Dr. Khator, probably that would be a good thing to do.
I just wanted to say, first of all, these are undergraduate students. And if you notice in the last two, they are part of a lab, so they're working with postdocs and professors and graduate students. The poise and the confidence and the ability to give us a snapshot that we could understand while not being part of the lab is just amazing, other than of course, your research itself. I found all three very, very interesting, and I noticed the names of the faculty. You really are fortunate to have these very good mentors. So the Shakespeare one, because I'm a political scientist, I just thought that was super fascinating, because never would have thought that, what you said, although now that you mentioned here how the elite, terminologies and the stories really do get mixed up with the rest of them, and you can see that through. What I'm wondering is that this project is from English, and I wonder if you have had any collaboration with any other discipline on it, because I just see it and I'm like, there's so many people studying Shakespeare too in other places too, in history particularly.
Yes, I also worked with folklorist Dr. Lindahl, and with classical studies Dr. Armstrong as well to work on this.
with the other two students who are pre-med, I wanted to know, are you considering UH Medical School as well as one of the options to apply? Okay, I mean, I can just vouch for it. It's one of the best options you have, but, and I'm not being subjective at all, but very impressive, really, truly. I'm sure you found it very, very rewarding, but as sitting from here, since I haven't been able to go to your research day to listen to you there, personally, I found it extremely rewarding, and knowing that the money is being used in a really good place. So, congratulations, and congratulations to the Honors College. You all do a tremendous job. Thank you.
Let's give them a hand. You want to go for a picture?
Get a photo? Well, they may not want it, but now I'm forcing them.
Yeah, not yet, not yet. All right, here we go. Let's get Durga going. Let's get what? Durga going. Let's get him. Okay.
This item was presented for information only, and no committee action is required. This concludes the presentations and approval of our agenda items today. May I hear a motion to place the 7 action items unanimously approved by the committee on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. These items have been unanimously approved by the committee and will be placed on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held later today, May 14, 2025. If there are no questions, this concludes all the items that are listed on the agenda for action. Section 2, the executive session, is the next item listed on your agenda. It should be noted that executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any further questions? If not,
You should have a magazine
Yeah.
at your table that covers undergraduate research at UH, so you get a sense of what some of the other students also presented on that day.
all right. So this concludes our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before our last committee meeting, we'll take about a 5 or 8 minute break here.
Okay, yeah.
Who?
Raven is not here.
Okay. You want me to start?
Ready.
You'll be taking this.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. I'm here for Regent Raven. I would like to call this meeting to order, and as a quick reminder, please speak clearly as your presentation remarks are recorded accurately. Please note that the acting chairman of UHS Board of Regents has declared, I don't know if I'm the acting, but declared the Finance Facilities and Administration Committee in a committee of whole for the purpose of meeting today. On our agenda today is 5 items that will be presented. To all 5 our action items require committee board approval. After each action item has been presented, we'll ask for if anyone has any questions and call for the vote. Once the presentation has been concluded, I will then seek a motion to place the approved action item inappropriate on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board meeting at our meeting held later today. I would like now to introduce our first item requiring approval and minutes from the Finance Committee Facilities Administration meeting held February 19th, 2025. Does anybody have any corrections to the minutes?
No.
Okay, hearing none, those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Then item C is our first action item for the committee's consideration. Approval is approved to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods, services, excluding construction contracts at the University of Houston. Mr. Raymond Bartlett, Senior Vice Chancellor, Administration and Finance, please introduce this item.
Yes, I'd like to turn it over to Karen Livingston to discuss this item with the committee.
Good morning. As shown in your schedule, there are 14 goods and services items for your approval today. And to summarize these agreements, the first 11 are for the University of Houston. There is an extension of the College of Medicine's Clinical Services Revenue Agreement with the Harris Center, agreements with multiple international recruiting agencies, an agreement for consulting services that will help enhance degree planning and classroom scheduling processes, 2 agreements for clinical laboratory services for the University of Houston Student Health Center, an agreement for the labor and equipment for the annual campus residence hall move-in that occurs every August, the extension of a marketing services contract, the annually brought public broadcasting service and national public radio programming fees, and 2 service agreements for Houston Public Media, one for underwriting and sponsorship support, and 1 for marketing and fundraising services. And then there are 3 system-wide agreements. The first is an extension of our vendor management system contract, and then there is an agreement for patent and trademark management services, and a contract for executive aircraft transportation. Are there any questions on any of the individual contracts? Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. I just now noticed the international recruiting services, with given where the landscape of international students is, should we relook at it? International recruiting services contract?
As I understand the contract, the way it's stipulated, if there's no cost to the university unless there are actually students that are brought to the university. So it's really equivalent to some of our facilities contracts. If we don't use it, we don't pay for it, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? May I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved. Item D is our next action item for committee's consideration. Approval is requested for the University of Houston System Professional Medical Liability Benefit Plan. Mr. Bartlett, would you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. The board previously approved the creation of a self-insurance fund for medical professional liability insurance for correctional health services. Today, we are requesting the approval of the plan that covers that fund as required by state law. The plan fund will cover the costs associated with investigating and defending lawsuits, disciplinary and licensing actions against plan participants. The plan provides coverage for the system, its employees, residents, fellows, medical students, and volunteers for duties at the Harris County Correctional Facilities in accordance with our contract with Harris Health. The plan defines certain limitations customarily found in similar plans. The plan administrator will be the Office of General Counsel, and to date we have had no claims associated with this plan. Any questions?
Since there's no question, may I hear a motion to approve this item presented?
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
This item is hereby approved. The next action item listed on the agenda today is item E. Approval is requested for changes to optional charges at the University of Houston Fall 2025. Mr. Bartlett, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, I'm going to ask Karen Livingston to present this item as well and provide a summary of our recommended changes. Can we take control of the...
Can I move it forward?
There we
Yep,
go.
Okay. Today we have recommended changes to optional charges at UH system campuses beginning with the upcoming fall 2025 term. To provide some background, there are no increases to academic tuition and fees, and rate changes are being requested for auxiliary enterprises due to the rising costs of operations. These areas are all self-supporting, they receive no state funding, and these are all optional services that users can choose to use. All auxiliaries use benchmarking surveys as well as advisory committees that include actual customers as members when they establish their proposed rates. And in addition to rate increases, Clear Lake, Downtown, and Victoria campuses have textbook access program rate establishment requests. For housing, both UH and UH Victoria request a 5% rate increase. And this is an average cost to the student of about $231 a term for UH and about $181 a term at Victoria. And as you can see, when compared to the local area housing market, UH's housing rates are between 7 and 16% less than their peers for most property types. For dining services, residential student meal plans at UH will increase between $90 and $125 a term, and that increase is about 3.4 to 3.7%, depending on the plan the student chose, and that's consistent with food and labor price indexes. UH Clear Lake's request for a $200 per term increase will allow their students to purchase more on their declining balance plans every semester, and Victoria's increases range from $95 to $120 per term.
Ask a question right here. On this table for UH Clear Lake, it says required $200, so, you know,
They have only declining balance plans, and they have a required plan for students that live in their residence hall, and then they have an optional plan that's a little more expensive that provides some more dollars for them to spend.
So it's required for whom, number one, and second question is it consistent with the governor's executive order that we are not raising any kind of tuition and mandatory fees?
Well, it is required for students that live in their housing.
Okay.
And I think it would be acceptable because it's a choice to live there. For parking, at the University of Houston, about 16,500 or 70% of tier permit holders will have no rate increase. The increase for the remaining 30%, which is about 7,200 permit holders, will be between $15 and $50 per year. And there are also increases for specialty permits and visitor rates, which have limited use and are reflected in the table. As shown, UH's parking rates are currently between 13 to 19% less than the median of their national peers, depending on the parking location and type. And the final rate request is the Textbook Access Program, or TAP fees. These fees are entirely optional to the student. Every semester they have the choice of using the fee or opting out and purchasing their own course materials. UH is requesting an increase in its rate to cover the cost of additional materials as well as rising publisher prices. And Clear Lake, Downtown, and Victoria are finishing successful pilot programs and plan to transition to a full TAP program. And those three campuses expect to save their students about $6 million a year collectively on the cost of materials.
For the benefit of board, would you mind explaining what TAP is?
Oh, absolutely. A textbook access program allows students to get all of their course materials for a single fee. So rather than having to buy all of their books individually, they're delivered electronically to them on the first day of class, so they're ready to learn as soon as they get to class. It's a much lower cost. They've experienced significant savings. UH's savings have been about $36 million for their students since they started their pilot program. And it allows faculty to focus on what materials they need.
And I might add, when we survey students each year with regards to this program, and the number one thing that they talk about is the convenience, the lack of stress in having to deal with acquiring their textbook materials before the first day of class. So through this program, as Karin has said, the materials are loaded in the system and ready for them prior to that first day of class. And it makes a tremendous difference in terms of their preparedness for that first day.
So I was going to just ask Tomas if you did participate in TAP at all, and if you did, what was your experience?
Yeah, so I actually never got the opportunity to participate in it, but I would say that the same feedback that Vice Chancellor Bartlett just gave is echoed across the student body.
Okay, thank you.
Textbook access program rates for fall and spring terms are shown here. UH requests a $40 per term increase, and students are expected to continue to save. About $8 million a semester is expected across the student body. Clear Lake plans to use a per semester credit hour basis, but they will cap that at the equivalent of 12 hours for undergraduate students and 9 hours for graduate students. And Downtown and Victoria also plan to use flat rates, and they will have differentiation in the cost depending on the student's level and the student's enrollment status. And all campuses also offer summer programs which have reduced rates that reflect the expected lower number of semester credit hours that students will take during the summer term. Are there any questions on the fee rate request?
I think I'll just add a footnote just for the board's benefit that these are the auxiliaries. So they are meal or parking or housing, and the inflation has been so much, not just this year, but for so long, and auxiliaries are completely self-reliant, which means given the inflation, the cost has gone up clearly, and if we do not do this, which is increase the auxiliary rate, then it will be academic money which will be subsidizing auxiliaries, and so far we have had this that we will put the academic money for academic uses, right? I'm saying it right? Yes. Okay.
It feels like it's still not keeping up with inflation, but I understand why these numbers are chosen. Yep.
Yeah, and part of what we try to do is make sure that we run these things through the grinder and make sure that we're looking for opportunities for cost savings, operational efficiencies. We just don't start from the point of, well, how much should we increase? That's
Good.
not our approach.
That's always better.
There's no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Does anybody have any further questions? No? May I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
This item is approved. Item F is our next item. Committee's consideration approval is requested for the annual update of the University of Houston Master Plan. Mr. Bartlett, would you please present this item?
Yes, I'd like to invite Krista Rick to the podium to present this master plan for the University of Houston.
Good morning, Chancellor and Regents. I'm going to wait till the presentation is uploaded.
Do we need a drum roll?
We do this year, for sure.
It's on page 79 of your books.
And I can kick us off, just without the slides up here presented. But thank you for having me. This is the annual update for the master plan for the University of Houston. This is a great opportunity yearly that we can showcase the campus growth and all of the projects that are shaping the University of Houston campus. So looking at the master plan, which you'll hear us refer to the Centennial Master Plan, we have designing principles and that shape this, and that really is to create a strong first impression. We want to celebrate the heart and the life of campus. We want to make the campus walkable and memorable, and really thinking about how we're connecting people and places in the different disciplines on the campus. And with each project that shapes the campus, we look at resiliency and sustainability. So you can see on this slide, there's a slew of projects. I'm not going to go over each one of them here, but I will in a couple of slides in the future. So just touching on, we have several projects that are in construction right now. The Memorial Hermann Football Operations Center and the Sugarland Academic 2 building. Those are very active construction projects right now that will be wrapping up in the next 2 to 3 months, opening for fall of 2025. We have Centennial Project, Wilhelmina's Grove, and the campus lighting that is under construction along with the Texas Medical Center building. Jumping to the bottom of the slide, we have our core renovation projects under construction, McElhaney, Science and Research 1, and Agnes Arnold. Those are core facilities that we have here on campus, and we want these buildings to last for many more years, so we're going in and updating the major building systems here. And then in the middle of the slide, you can see that there are several projects here that are in design, ranging from a research building all the way to new freshman housing. And I'll walk you through those in just a second. So as far as building updates, our new facility that opened up in the last year is the RED dining facility. If you haven't had the opportunity to go over there and check this building out, it's very active, and all of the occupants and users seem to really enjoy this space. Buildings to be removed, I think this is going to be the last year I report this. So we have the Oakland Law Library, Technology Annex Building, and Farish Hall. These are all slated to have construction fences go around them this year, and the decommissioning of them will start. Land purchases, we don't have any updates at this time. So here in front of you is the overall framework plan that we like to show every year. The main takeaway here is that all of the buildings you see in black, those are our existing facilities. The red boxes indicate future growth opportunities. So even though we are an urban university, and in that setting, there's still growth opportunities. And also I want to point out the green spaces, because the university is really driving home the connections there and building those spaces in between these amazing facilities with the Centennial projects. So walking you through some of those projects that you saw on the second slide, and just so you can see how they fit into the overall context of the master plan, I'm going to start on the perimeter of the plan. So those red circles that you see, those are gateway monuments. Some of those are existing, some of those will be added with the Centennial Project, but the main point there is that you know that you arrived at the University of Houston. And then the green highlighted shaded areas, those are the Centennial projects. Those are the beautification projects to the campus. Really looking at University Drive, noted with the number 1, that's transforming the main entrance of the university. And then we'll pull you into the heart of the campus, which is Centennial Plaza, noted with the number 2. That really where the Cullen Fountain is now, really reimagining what that space is and activating it in a different way than we've seen in the past. Number 3 is Wilhelmina's Grove, just reimagining that area as well on the north side of campus. And then you'll see 3 buildings that have the red outline around them. Those are the core facilities, SNR 1, Agnes Arnold, and McLahoney. So walking you through, continuing on with these amazing updates to the campus, we have the Memorial Herman Football Operations Center, under construction, wrapping up soon. We have the Innovation Hub. This is a multi-story building, multi-tenants. The first floor is dedicated to campus makerspace, sits there right there at Butler Plaza. We have the Hobby School of Public Affairs, the Agrawal Engineering Building Research, the Agrawal Engineering Research Building build-out. We have several thousand square feet of shell space in that building. We are programming that and going to build that out as research labs. The Student Center North expansion, this is going to allow the Student Center to bring different student organizations and programs together, centralizing them in one area. The Medical Research Building, this is a multi-story building to support the research of the College of Medicine. Dining Commons. This Dining Commons is right there at Lynn Usen Park. We're siting this right now. The goal for this project is to take the place of Moody Dining when Moody is decommissioned. And then last but certainly not least, Centennial Hall. This is a 1,000-bed dormitory building that we have in design right now. So looking at this, you can see that we are very active. Yes?
Are you going to show the pictures? Because
I do have some renderings of it, yes. This was just labeling where they all are, just so you can see how much growth and the impact it has to the overall master plan. Just zooming into the health district, just showing you the College of Medicine on the left there, the large black building, and the new medical research building that's in design and how that will complement the College of Medicine, and just really pointing out that we have a lot of growth opportunities still to happen at this site. Here's some renderings of a couple of these projects. We have the Innovation Hub. This is that makerspace on the first floor that really activates Butler Plaza. You can imagine walking by and looking in and seeing all this activity happening there. And then the Hobby School for Public Affairs. This is a conceptual rendering of this building. This will really anchor the old law area, the complex over there, and also this will be the focal point of the loop road when you turn that corner. Moving over to the Katy campus, you can see that we have our one building there that is heavily utilized now. We're waiting for that next project, so we've already started mapping out what that potentially looks like in the future. Moving on to Sugar Land, already a well-established campus there. You can see the existing buildings in black. We have the Academic 2 building, that's the College of Engineering Technology Division, and that's wrapping up construction as we speak now to open in the fall. Wanted to just highlight that we have a lot of growth opportunity here, and then in that southwest corner, you can see that we've labeled that as industry partnership. That's on the frontage road of 59. I know there's lots of conversations happening there. So just kind of wrapping up with Sugarland, here is a rendering, which we almost don't need anymore because the building is almost complete. But on the left side of the Academic 2 building, you can see that we have added a pedestrian bridge between the first building and the second building to really keep the activity flowing between the two facilities. And then today in closing, you can see that this is an exciting time for growth here at the University of Houston. And not only are we looking at continuing to build out the master plan with just great new facilities and growth of programs, but we're really looking at those connection spaces between and that overall experience when you come onto the campus. So we just got to get through the next 18 months to 2 years to really see this transformation, but it is definitely coming. Are there any questions?
No questions?
Looking forward to it.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any further questions? May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
This item is hereby approved. The last item listed on your agenda today is item G. Approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston's Clear Lake Master Plan. President Walker, will you please present this item?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Regents. Thank you for the opportunity to present the master plan update for the University of Houston Clear Lake. Get to the slides. That's just the agenda. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Just a reminder of our planning goals are to enhance campus identity, visibility through wayfinding, both interior and exterior, to reinforce a coherent land use and development framework, and to celebrate the nature and the environment at the University of Houston Clear Lake. I always like to remind everyone that the University of Houston Clear Lake sits on the 524-acre wildlife preserve, which is a beautiful campus, so the environmental piece of how we build on this campus is really important to us. Looking at future initiatives, the upper right-hand corner is a rendering of what our new student center might look like. We're still in the planning phases of that project and hope to be able to do that in the near future. The other initiatives are a STEM 2 building. We opened our STEM 1 building in 2019, and we need a second STEM building. We have asked for it in the last 3 legislative sessions, including this one. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but as I tell folks when I testify every time, I'll be back again in the next session because we really do need this second STEM building for our campus. It's our fastest growing academic initiative areas. When we finally get the STEM building, we will be vacating programs that are housed in the Delta building, computer science, computer engineering, et cetera. So we also will be asking, we hope to be able to renovate and repurpose the Delta building when we build the STEM 2 building. And the last thing I will mention is some renovation projects. The photo in the bottom right-hand corner is our rendering of our new Spirit store. We are relocating our Spirit store, our merchandising, from where it's kind of buried and not easily found within the Bayou building to the main entrance. So as you enter the main entrance to the Bayou building, it will be located on the right. We're hoping that will increase our royalty income because it would be easy to find. That demolition for that project kicked off yesterday, and our goal is to open the new Spirit store in August. A couple other projects just to mention. We are the home to the Environmental Institute of Houston. They are currently housed in NOAA 1. The building is in very, very bad shape. So we're going to be moving Institute of Houston to NOAA 2. We've just moved all of our business operations from NOAA 2 into the Student Services Classroom building. And so we will be moving Environmental Institute of Houston to NOAA 2, and then we will be demolishing NOAA 1. Since I last presented to you, we have moved into our new location at the Texas Medical Center. We are the occupants of the 14th floor of the Fannin Tower. For reference, the Fannin Tower is the tallest building in the medical center. It's the all-glass building right in the middle of Fannin Street, and it's a building owned by Texas Children's Hospital. And we currently lease the entire 14th floor. We renovated it. We have moved in there. It's home to our healthcare administration program. in our joint healthcare administration MBA program. The chancellor had an opportunity to visit the space in the fall. We are really pleased. We're getting lots of compliments. It's a great place to do teaching and learning. And at some point, I'd love to get the Regents there to see the space that we are now occupying in the medical center. A couple of building updates. So 2 legislative sessions ago, we got money from the state to do about a $45 million renovation in the Bayou building and deferred maintenance. We've added an additional $5 million to the project from the University of Houston Clear Lake funding. We have been in the planning phases for this project. It will predominantly include renovations to the 3rd floor of the Bayou building for biology labs and our faculty research labs. We'll also be adding 2 large classrooms, 120-person classrooms, up on that 3rd floor, renovating and relocating about 30 faculty offices. We are actually in the final throes of getting ready to start this construction project. It will begin on June the 1st, and it will take 19 months to complete. So we will be scheduling classes around the renovation and the projects within this building, but we're happy to get this done. I think it will be a great space, predominantly for, in terms of classes, biology. We moved the other STEM programs, chemistry, mechanical engineering, et cetera, into the new STEM building. So this will be biology's new renovated home when it is completed. And the last thing I want to share with you is we are also doing some things on the exterior. So as you know, University of Houston Clear Lake celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2024. As part of that, we commissioned one of our faculty members in our BFA program to do a bronze statue of the Hawk. We are the Hawks. So what you see in the upper right-hand corner is the sculpture that was created by Jason Makepeace, who is a faculty member in our BFA program. The cool thing about this, he involved 5 of his BFA students in the creation and design and creation of this statue. It sits in the Alumni Plaza. It is entitled Beyond the Horizon, and it's hard to read the plaque, so let me read it to you. The journey at the University of Houston Clear Lake is limitless. The rising hawk symbolizes our infinite potential and the courage to reach new heights. Its majesty embodies the spirit of our institution and the embrace of our purpose. Beyond the Horizon stands as a testament to our pursuit of excellence, intellectual exploration, and our aspiration toward a future without bounds. So it's a great location. It's a great piece on the campus. The students really enjoy that. And then the bottom right hand, the last project, within that same plaza, we will be doing a renovation of our alumni fountain that sits in that area. And just to give you perspective, our map is not quite as big as the one just shown for the University of Houston. We have a smaller footprint, but this is just the locations of all the projects that are circled in red that will be upcoming, currently or upcoming, and then the white are future building plans down the line as we continue to grow at the University of Houston Clear Lake. So thank you for the opportunity to update you on the University of Houston Clear Lake's master plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Walker. Does anybody have any questions? May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
This concludes the presentations and approvals of our agenda items today. May I hear a motion to place the 5 action items on the board's consent docket agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. This item has been unanimously approved by the committee and will be placed on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held later today, May 14th, 2025. Section 2, the executive session is the next item listed on your agenda. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any additional questions or further comments? If not, being no further business to come before this committee, this meeting is hereby adjourned.
Another room.
Okay.
I'm sure it's ready.
Okay, we're pretty much on schedule, so we've got Our Board of Regents meeting will convene at 12:45, so it gives us about an hour for lunch.
Everybody's very efficient.
Mm-hmm.
walks out, I need to make sure both of them are on the screen.
Okay,
I'll
5 people
watch.
at all
I'll
times.
let you know if we have a problem.
5 people at all times.
Oh, I didn't even see the board, okay.
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 Donna, do you want us to make them?
3.
Thank you. Say that again?
That would be great.
Yeah.
For one more reader, whether it's King or Madison on screen.
Okay. But we're, AV-wise, we're ready to go.
Yes, but you're not ready to start the meeting because we don't have a quorum.
Here he is.
Okay, so once he sits down, oh look, they're both.
Okay, they're good. Okay.
Good, sit down.
Okay.
Still, we don't have quorum.
Yeah, we do. We got Ricky right there.
She's here.
Ricky's on the screen. Yes. And there's Beth sitting down. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we gotta have at least one of them.
We got Ricky right there.
Yeah.
Here comes Beth.
Okay. We all agree we're good?
Sir, when you get back to the board agenda,
Right.
when we get to the main basketball Final Four presentation, give us 2 seconds to set up the right computer for the presentation.
Okay.
There's some information and stuff, so just give us like 2 seconds to set up.
Okay. Not sure where Beth is, but we've got a quorum. Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the Board of Regents meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. Regent Raven, it's good to see you, my friend. Regent
It is
Madison.
better to be seen. Thank you.
It's always good to be seen, buddy. Pursuant to our bylaws, as the Vice Chairman of the Board, it is my responsibility upon resignation of the Chair to perform the duties of the Chair until his successor has been elected. Just in case anybody has been on an intergalactic tour this last 2 weeks and has not been on Earth, let me kind of explain what that means. Our long-standing chairman, Tillman Fertitta, and the mentor of virtually everyone on the staff and on this board, has been confirmed by the Senate. He was appointed by President Trump as ambassador to Italy. 2 weeks ago, he was confirmed by the Senate and had to resign from his position right there. But I'd certainly like to go on public and congratulate Chairman Fertitta for his next embark in life and going on that. I mean, how cool is that to be ambassador to Italy? The whole family, we're proud of the Fertitta family. We're proud of everything they've done for us. So, but he has moved on from this chapter, and his legacy will live at the University of Houston forever. I would now like to call this meeting to order. The first item listed on the agenda today is item 2, open forum. It should be noted that no one has signed up for open forum today, so we'll move on to the next item listed on your agenda. Item 3, approval of the minutes from the following meetings. February 19th, 2025, Board of Regents meeting. Are there any corrections to these minutes? May I hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries and these minutes are hereby approved. The next item to be addressed from our agenda today is Board of Regents 4, a reaffirmation of shared governance. Dr. Holly Love, Faculty Senate President of University of Houston, would you please present your remarks?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Even though I have been involved in shared governance as a faculty member for several years, I really took it for granted, much like I took our country's constitutional republic for granted. However, I have become acutely aware of the role and the importance of shared governance in our university since the Lieutenant Governor issued his set of interim charges to the Texas Legislature in May of 2024. Naturally, I used my academic training to approach learning about this concept. I talked with administrators, I talked with faculty across UH, across the U of H system, as well as the state. I talked to students, and I even talked to the Honorable Regent Moore. And I read literature on this topic, academic publications, newspaper articles, opinion pieces. And like many fundamental concepts, which I'm familiar with, things like our physical concepts of point, of temperature, of force, of energy, shared governance kind of evaded, in my mind, a neat, thorough, and satisfying definition. And so what I found to be more useful was to develop my own working ideas that allow us to use that concept more to do something practical. And so our modern idea of a university structure arose nearly 1,000 years ago. University spaces were carved out as these stalwart islands of inquiry. They were separated from monarchical and church control. And our ancestors saw the value in that independent atmosphere to pursue knowledge, creativity, and thoughts that lay outside of the control of their ruling elite. University spaces were also unique from trade guilds, places where we could offer students an opportunity to explore new ideas beyond just training in established ones. Our university mace, a symbol that we've been prominently displaying at our commencement ceremonies, that's an adaptation of an ancient weapon. It was a symbol of medieval authority. It was often carried by messengers. And that ability to self-govern inside a university was uncomfortable. But it was hard-earned by those early leaders and ultimately successful. We've benefited from that structure, a place where faculty can pursue their academic studies without outside ideological censorship for centuries now. And that shared governance has evolved over time. It's morphed as the size and scope of academia has changed. But it remains true that universities don't really fit into a traditional business model or a mainstream government structure. They're aspects of modern universities that are businesses, and they need to be run and managed as such. But importantly, not all facets of our university's educational mission and our pursuit of knowledge fit into common sort of top-down corporate business models or even those of nonprofit entities. So this idea of shared governance helps make sure that those aspects, those that aren't traditional businesses, are appropriately monitored for their quality and their effectiveness with data and metrics, but they still allow us to pivot nimbly as our needs change. And so my hope is that despite what legislative reform comes our way, that we can continue to have these kinds of robust dialogues between you, our Board of Regents, our administration, our faculty, our staff, and our students. Our conversations have been facilitated very adroitly by Chancellor Couture and her team of vice chancellors, and they, in my mind, have led very directly to the University of Houston's system rapid upward trajectory over the past 15 years. As we approach our centennial, I want to mark our rise from a local community college to a nationally recognized research university and athletics powerhouse. My colleague, Dr. Dan Price, is here in the audience with us. He's set to take over as the Faculty Senate President on August 1st, and so I hope that you will please welcome him with the same collegiality and warmth that y'all have shown to me over this past year. We genuinely appreciate your longstanding support, and we look forward to navigating our futures together. So, thank you so much. And thank you, Dan. And in front of Dan is Susie, our immediate past president. And so we're so thrilled to get to walk these uncharted paths together. But thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Love. And as we know, there are going to be probably some changes coming down the pipe legislatively. The difference we have here at University of Houston is we've always respected and listened to the Faculty Senate, and we have a wonderful chancellor who also has an open ear to that. Mm-hmm. It doesn't always happen in the other universities, and I think we all know that that's what's being addressed here, not University of Houston, but we'll see what those guidelines are. But I can assure you, from the Board of Regents standpoint and from the President and the Chancellor standpoint, the faculty's opinion is very important. This item was presented for information only, and no further board action is required. Section 3 is next on your agenda, our committee reports, which lists the board's consent docket agenda items. These items have been considered and unanimously approved at each of our board committee meetings, which were held earlier today. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 6.9, any regent may request that an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and be addressed by the full board. I would now like to ask the chair of each of these committees to present their respective reports. Our first committee report will be addressed by the chair of the Endowment Management Committee, Regent Durga Agrawal. Regent Agrawal, would you please present your committee report?
Thank you, Regent McCall. The Endowment Management Committee met earlier today, May 14th, 2025, and unanimously approved the following action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval today as follows. Number 1, approval is requested to rebalance the portfolio of the University of Houston's system and line with the policy targets, which will include investment in new private equity fund and increased investment in existing global public equity funds. Number 2, approval is requested to modify the U.S. System Endowment Fund's statement of objectives and policies. And number 3, approval is requested to modify the U.S. System Investment Policy for non-endowed funds. Regent McCall, this concludes my committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Agrawal. Our next committee report will be addressed by Regent Gregory King, who is the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee.
No items.
That is exactly the kind of report we like to see
Like to
brought to
keep
the
it
board
short
there.
in this committee.
And I'll tell you, that just shows you how efficient Regent King is on this. Thank you, Regent King. The next committee report will be addressed by Regent Durga Agrawal, Vice Chair of the Academic Research and Student Success Committee. Regent Agrawal, would you please give us your committee report?
Thank you again, Regent McCall. The Academic Research and Student Success Committee met earlier today, May 14, 2025, and unanimously approved the following action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval today as follows. Number 1, approval of faculty promotion and tenure in academic rank in University of Houston system. Number 2, approval of faculty emeritus appointments, University of Houston system. Number 3, approval of faculty development leave, University of Houston system. Number 4, approval to delegate authority to the chancellor to modify test optional admissions standards for the University of Houston. Number 5, approval of new degree programs, University of Houston system. Number 6, request for approval of program closures, University of Houston system. Regent McCall, this concludes my committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Agrawal. Our final committee report will be given by Regent Alonzo Cantu, Vice Chair of the Finance, Facilities, and Administration Committee. Regent Cantu, would you please present your report?
Yes, thank you, Regent McCall. The Finance, Facilities, and Administration Committee met earlier today, May 14, 2025, and unanimously approved the following action items for the submission on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval today as follows. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods and services, excluding construction contracts at the University of Houston system. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for the project at the University of Houston system. 2, approval is requested for University of Houston professional medical liability benefit plan. 3, approval is requested for changes to optional charges at the University of Houston beginning fall of 2025. 4, approval is requested for annual update to the University of Houston master plan. 5, approval is requested for the annual update to the University of Houston Clear Lake master plan. Regent McCall, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you, Regent Cantu. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 6.9, does any regent wish to request that an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full board for further discussion today? If not, may I hear a motion to approve all items as presented in each of the committee reports?
So move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All items listed under the various committee reports, consent docket agenda have been approved by the full board. We will now move to section 4 listed on your agenda, committee report items not addressed in the consent docket but requiring final board approval today. There were no items brought forward from the various committees today requiring final board approval. Next on our agenda is section 5, additional board agenda items to be presented before the entire board. The first item for information is BOR 5, Men's Basketball Final Four Presentation, University of Houston. Eddie Nunez, Vice President for Intercollegiate Athletics, would you please introduce this item?
Be happy to. Ms. Holderman is with me as well. Do we want to sit down, or you'll just stand? Okay.
I'm your support.
We are taking a technical, I know they're putting up our slides as we speak. Oh, wow, there you go. Good afternoon, members of the board, Chancellor Couture, for allowing us the ability to present some great facts based off our NCAA run this past year. As we go through this, I want to take a second to say thank you to everyone that's on this board, in this room, from administration and many others that were with us along the ride. I cannot express to you how impactful it is for our student athletes and our coaches, our administration or athletics or anybody else, that this was a collective group by campus, the whole university as a whole, supporting our student athletes during the NCAA. So thank you for being there. So we're going to start off, these are a little bit low for me, excuse me, sorry about that. So we're going to start off by giving some facts. One of the things we want to do is collect as much information so we can show the impact of this run. Is there a clicker? Oh, there we go. Thank you. So we'll start off with viewership. Why this is important, as you know, going into the Big 12, we knew that there was going to be opportunities to be more eyes on us. And we recognized this past year in football, we had two of the highest, well, we led the Big 12 in 2 games this year when it came to viewerships. Take that same approach when you think about basketball. We did that numerous times throughout the year. But when you think about this NCAA tournament, the basketball, the national championship game alone, over 18 million eyes were watching that game. That was the highest amount viewed since 2019. The game before that, 16.3. So when you think about those numbers and think about in perspective of what they're viewing, they're not just viewing a game. They're seeing that University of Houston brand across that chest. Average tournament viewership, you could see highest since 1993. It also drove some great exposure across the board when it came to with that viewership, over 281 from year-end, increase from the previous year. And then, of course, just always adding comparisons, because those are always fun. When you see the NBA Finals from last year, that our game outdrew that by a considerable amount. Then you start talking about, well, what does that mean when just the viewership? Well, as you will learn today, you're gonna see how the impact through viewership, through social media, through all media outlets, platforms, the talking heads on TV and everything else that you hear about, what that impact does for this institution, for this program. So in working in conjunction with campus, with our conference office, and as well as many independent contractors that are focused on gathering this information, they came back with an advertisement value assessment for this university of all those views and everything that I just spoke about, over $6 billion worth back to this institution. That's pretty large. I think if everybody can wrap their minds around that, that's 129,000 mentions during the tournament run. And again, you could see some more big impacts that it had. I think, again, things that are needed to be understood. When you look at that 6.1 billion, you're talking about everything that's coming that is advertisement that can be paid if the university went out there and tried to obtain that same impact. Next thing, when you think about social media momentum, $63 million of, 63 million impressions, and that's on all our social media platforms, campus, athletics, the basketball. Those numbers, but what's more important than anything else, when you look at 54,000 new followers, one of the things that I've heard since I've been here is how do we continue to find new people, new dollars, new businesses to come on board. We had 54,000 people that started following us on one of our social media platforms during this run. Again, it shows, it helps. It's not, again, just for athletics. This is for the campus. This whole branding that we're trying to build across all platforms, that's what makes an impact. When you think about some online, again, more stats that are important, why it's so impactful. 250% increase through our websites during the Final Four. Think about that, and anytime Cougars was searched, that's a pretty large percentage. And anybody that's in the business world understands that that's an impact. When you want to make an impact, what success the right way can do for you. The last bullet point is something we're working with campus to obtain. This is a fact that has been debated for many years in the world of higher ed, and the impact of athletics and what it can do for a university. As our chancellor and administrative staff and others have discussed, you ultimately have a max when it comes to enrollment, but it also helps with the quality. So knowing that we're 14% increase during just March Madness alone for admissions, you can't discount that, because the amount you're going to get better quality and you're going to get some more quality, which is important for us. Lastly, this is important to me. All the dollars are important, but it's also things like this are what make a difference. When you think about the community impact, when you think about everything we're doing, these are some highlights that transpired during that time. What's really impactful to me is that second bullet point. When you think about the University of Houston's making this run, our basketball team's making a run. You've got every pro sport team in this community, local school, high school districts. You had Tex Dodd and many others coming on board through social media, recognizing and wishing our team the best. Everyone that I had spoken to said that they didn't see this over the last several times that we've made a run like this. So this wasn't just for the national championship game. This was throughout the whole tournament. So that goes that this is bigger than just UH. This is about the city. So when you think about some other things, the last one's important as well. $506,000, that's our campus merchandising sales. They averaged roughly, during this period of time, around about $30,000 per week. They averaged $126,000. So the impact was felt on all platforms. And so for me, it's important to be able to communicate the message, because as we look at this and you think about licensing, another component of this, our licensing just through December, which is Q2, was up 140%. That's not even counting the basketball season. So we're excited to see when that comes in, but across all fronts, we've had tremendous success. And then I'll add one more to it. We're bringing new donors. We're bringing new companies. We've never had this much interest by companies in our community, and I do want to thank Regent Raven. I think he's on the call, if I'm not mistaken. He's opened up a door with a Fortune 500 company that we're going to be close to the finish line here very soon. And again, that is part of it. They were as interested in coming to us as we were to them. So that's what it means to do it and do it right. So I just want to say thank you for your help, your support. This is what it's all about. Now we just got to keep capitalizing this for the betterment of this university. Lisa, did I miss anything?
No, the only thing I would say, it's been such a great partnership working with Eddie and the athletics group to help leverage this moment across the university. And in addition to this, what was not in that presentation is we put some dollars behind some paid social media. And so when we weren't on with basketball, we took that opportunity to take some pride points for the University of Houston and get those out on social. So we saw tremendous success with that as well. So we're trying to leverage this opportunity and this great moment for the University of Houston any way that we can, and it's been great. And we
look forward to continuing that.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something for just a second?
Regent Raven.
So I am in Indaiatuba, Brazil, and in heading to the office today, as I normally do, I have my University of Houston backpack, and I'm walking to the office, and a stranger who works here at Deere in Brazil screams out, "Houston Cougars," because of the U of H logo that's on my bag, my backpack. So that, as Eddie said, that's testament to our brand. Just looking at the U of H, he had made the association, our brand, and how much, what a big impact things have been, and we've reached South America and moving. So, bravo.
Thank you, Regent.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Regent Raven, for that. Vice President Nunez, Lisa, I can't tell you how proud we are of the job that you've done and put together, and the Cougars have done, and we're actually making our presidents. When we came into the Big 12, Renew was telling us that we're not just going to go into the Big 12. We're going to go into the Big 12, and we're going to own a place there. And we're going to own some prestige there, and we've done that. We're doing that right now. We got more to go, but thank you so much.
Thank you. We're not done. We got a lot more to go. So yes, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, this was for information only, and I'll have to admit it was some fun information right there. Hopefully, we'll have a lot more fun information next year. Next on our agenda for information purposes is Board of Regents 6, update on the 89th Texas Legislative Session, University of Houston System. Jason Smith, Vice Chancellor for Government and Community Relations, will you please introduce this item?
Good afternoon. Well, I hope I have fun information too. I don't know, maybe. So we're 18 days away from the end of the legislative session. It's gone fast, and I think I would just say generally, I feel very positive about where we are with a lot of our requests, with the legislature providing the funds we need to support our students, faculty, staff within the system, and I think we'll have some positive outcomes at the end of the session. So just briefly, we still have some outstanding budget issues. We don't have a budget bill that's been released from the conference committee. We'll probably see that by the end of next week at the latest, maybe even earlier. We understand that the conference committee is pretty close to wrapping up their work. But just to mention a couple items, formula funding for our universities. They've also indicated a desire to have some funding based on performance of universities in the state. We don't know what that model will look like yet, but we hope that there's a significant investment in that on top of the formula funding that the legislature needs to fund as well. We have exceptional items for all of our universities. One, to increase the class size at the College of Medicine, academic expansion at Katy, HRI funding for the College of Optometry, some funding for the Center for Autism and Development and Disabilities at UH Clear Lake, and creation of a Crime and Urban Issues Data Analysis Center at UH Downtown. So, we don't know about those yet. We're hopeful that all of the throughout the session. So we're very positive about getting those funded. Just to mention a couple of items that we've been able to accomplish first. For UH Downtown, we had asked Senator Boris Miles and Representative Armando Wally to file a bill to transfer the space, the land, the tracts of land that would become available as a result of the I-45 reconfiguration that runs through the University of Houston downtown. As a result of that, the bill didn't move, but it actually brought to the table TxDOT with us to negotiate on that land, and I think Donna will talk about that in executive session. But we feel like we've made a deal, and there's a deal on the table that's very fair, and that would not have happened without the leadership of these members of the legislature and those bills. So we're excited about that. That was a 6-year odyssey to get to this point. And then the legislation to transfer the University of Houston Victoria to the Texas A&M system, that bill is on the governor's desk right now. It's already passed the legislature, so we expect the governor will sign that very soon. Some other bills of interest. Unfortunately, the legislature did not file a CCAP bill. These are the legislation to fund capital construction at our universities. As you know, we had requests for all of our universities in that, but the bill was not filed. I think the reason for that is that on the legislature's agenda is also funding for the HEAF. As a reminder, the HEAF is a fund which allows us to address reconstruction and deferred maintenance at our universities. They change the appropriation for that every 10 years, and this is the session that they are constitutionally mandated to do that. So we're hopeful. The bill is now passed the House. It's in the Senate. There will be an increase for that. It's probably going to be within a 50% to 100% of the current value of that, an increase by either somewhere between 50 and 100%. So we're sure that bill will pass. We just don't know how much that increase will be for our universities. So the idea here is the legislature would not address both HEAF and CCAP in the same session. So we're now hopeful that next session they will come back and have a CCAP bill. TRIP, this is the matching funds for donations in research. That, as a reminder, there's been a backlog of those matching funds distributed to universities throughout the state. Probably a 6-7 year backlog right now. For the University of Houston, that's about a $150 million appropriation to us. And so there's a bill that would terminate the program, but in exchange, the legislature is agreeing to fully fund that backlog. And that's, as I said, $150 million for the University of Houston for this session for that. There is Senate Bill 37. This is the bill that addresses a couple of things: general education curriculum, institutional governance, the role and makeup of faculty senates, and oversight and enforcement of universities. So that bill has passed the Senate. It's in the House committee. We expect that bill to pass out of the House committee and go to the full House within the next week. The bill has been significantly changed from the Senate version. The systems have all been working together on that, making suggestions for those changes. I think we're in a pretty good spot on that now. There was some, I would say, there were some unworkable things in the original bill, and I think it's in a much better shape that I think all the systems can live with. It allows the universities to work well together with their faculty senates and their administration, and I think we're in a pretty good spot on that, and I suspect the bill will pass within the next week or week and a half. There's an NIL bill that's still yet to pass. That bill was a House bill. It's in the Senate. Chairman Creighton in the Senate, who's the chair of the Education Committee, will pick that up. That bill allows us to comply with the House decision and allow us to do a couple of things, but most prominently revenue sharing with our student athletes. And then finally, there's a couple other bills we're intently watching. Bills on university relationships with foreign adversaries, a teacher prep pathways bill, and a remote work bill. So, still lots to do, even with only 17, 18 days left. But all of these things kind of get worked out over the next couple weeks. There's legislative deadlines that are hitting. For instance, the House, you have to pass a bill out of the House on second reading by midnight tomorrow. So lots of things move very quickly over the last couple of weeks, and it's coming to the end here, though, thankfully. And that's the end of my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you expect a special session?
I don't. Special sessions are the result of leadership not working well together. I think we've seen that in past sessions. That's not been the case this
Good.
session. The House, the Speaker, the Lieutenant Governor, and Governor seem to be lockstep.
Everyone's behaving?
Everyone's behaving. They've been working well together. They're having their regular breakfast once a week. So that's a very good sign for no special sessions.
Good.
Good. No further questions. Thank you, Vice
Sure.
Chancellor Smith. Next on our agenda for approval is BOR 7. Approval is requested for reduction of faculty due to the discontinuance of all or part of an academic program at University of Houston, Victoria. Diane Chase, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you. You finished before I got here. You're fast. So we are requesting, per Board Bylaw 21.07.2E, discontinuance of academic programs. The University of Houston, Victoria is requesting approval for reduction of 4 tenured faculty. There was a program that we mentioned in the Academic Programs Committee, the MS in Publishing, that had very low student enrollment. That is one of the programs. So we're discontinuing that program. There are very, very few students in that program. It's dwindling. All the students are going to be taught out. However, there is one faculty member that's associated with that program. There is not another place where that faculty member could teach where we wouldn't also create an overabundance of faculty. So that is the first case. And then in addition to that, the deans, in concert with the provost and a faculty committee, we're looking for other places where there were more faculty than were needed for the student enrollments. And as you know, the enrollments at UHV have been problematic for a period of time. And they identified that there were several programs where there were more faculty than needed to teach the students. In some cases, there were voluntary retirements of individuals, and that reduces the need for reduction in force, but there was an additional need for 3 more faculty members. There was a committee and a process that took place to identify who the 3 faculty members would be, predominantly based on teaching performance. All of this is contingent upon the completion of the grievance process, which is also included in the board bylaws. So we're asking for the ability to reduce enforcement, et cetera. I'm happy to provide more detail. That was a lot of words in a short period of time. And Provost Olson is also here if you need more details.
Good. No discussion, then could I hear a motion to approve the provost's request here?
The whole thing? Okay.
So,
Okay.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost Chase. Appreciate it. Next on our agenda for approval is BOR 8, Resolution of Appreciation Tillman Fertitta, University of Houston Systems. Chancellor Couture, will you please introduce this item?
Would you like to read it?
Huh?
Would you like to read it? It's the resolution, or I can read if you don't mind.
I would give you the, would
No,
you like to read
I think you should read it.
Okay.
as the chair.
I'm presenting you a resolution in appreciation of the Honorable Tillman J. Fertitta. Whereas the Honorable Tillman J. Fertitta, United States Ambassador to Italy and San Marino, has served with distinction on the University of Houston System Board of Regents for nearly 15 years, including as chairman, and has been an extraordinary champion for advancing the mission and vision of the University of Houston System and its four universities: University of Houston, University of Clear Lake, UH Downtown, UH Victoria, and whereas under Ambassador Fertitta's dynamic and forward-thinking leadership, the U of H system has achieved unprecedented milestones in academic excellence, research innovation, campus expansion, and national recognition, including the University of Houston achieving Tier 1 research status as designated by the Carnegie Foundation for the highest level of research activity. And whereas during Ambassador Fertitta's tenure, the U of H system has experienced transformative growth marked by significant increases in enrollment, graduation rates, and national rankings. And whereas Ambassador Fertitta oversaw substantial expansion of the U of H main campus to nearly 600 acres, including the development of Technology Bridge, establishment and growth of U of H campuses in Sugar Land and Katy, and additional locations across all U of H system universities in suburban and urban regions of the state. And whereas Ambassador Fertitta played a central role in the establishment of the Tillman J. Fertitta Family College of Medicine, Houston's first new medical school in nearly 50 years, dedicated to addressing the shortage of primary care physicians in underserved Texas communities. And whereas Ambassador Fertitta supported and guided the construction and renovation of world-class facilities, including the TDECU Stadium, 2 health and biomedical science buildings, and the new U of H Law Center to enhance student and faculty life. And whereas Ambassador Fertitta was instrumental in U of H's successful entry into the Big 12 Conference, elevating the university's athletic standing and national visibility. And whereas Ambassador Fertitta's steadfast leadership was key to securing the historic $1.3 billion Texas University Fund, creating a permanent endowment to enhance U of H's research capabilities and drive economic advancement for the state of Texas. And whereas beyond his visionary governance, Ambassador Fertitta's philanthropic generosity and enduring Cougar pride have left a lasting legacy by providing scholarship and advancing academic programs and investing in the future of students, faculty, and facilities throughout the U of H system. And whereas his recent appointment to serve in a prestigious role representing the United States of America abroad as the United States Ambassador to Italy and San Marino reflects the national recognition of his capabilities, integrity, and service. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the University of Houston System Board of Regents hereby expresses its deepest gratitude and appreciation to Ambassador Tillman J. Fertitta for his exceptional service, transformational leadership, and enduring contributions to the University of Houston System. And be it further resolved that the board extends its warmest congratulations on his new national appointment and best wishes for his continued success, with assurance that his legacy will continue to shape the future of the University of Houston System for generations to come, dated this 14th day of May, 2025. Do I hear a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Yep.
And I'm going to take everybody as a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This passes. And Ricky, did you have something to say? I thought I heard something over there. I tell you, we just can't be prouder of Tillman Fertitta and what he's done for this university. And like I said, his legacy will live on forever.
We are going to miss him.
Next on our agenda for approval is BOR 9, Resolution of Appreciation, Tomas Bryan, University of Houston System. Chancellor Couture, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you. Okay, I will read the resolution. I'm very proud that I get to read this resolution for our student region. Whereas Texas Governor Greg Abbott appointed Thomas A. Bryan on May 9th, 2024 to the University of Houston System Board of Regents to represent the more than 76,000 University of Houston System students, and he served his one-year term as a student regent with honesty and drive. And whereas Thomas A. Bryan is a graduate student, just graduated at the University of Houston, pursuing a Master's of Science in Finance with a specialization in investment banking and private equity. And whereas Regent Bryan is a proud alumnus of the University of Houston, returning to his alma mater after gaining industry-leading experience at PricewaterhouseCoopers, where he currently serves as a financial risk and project management consultant. And whereas Regent Bryan has worked on several projects for PricewaterhouseCoopers multinational clients within the financial services industry, consistently demonstrating his dedication to excellence, subject matter expertise, and ability to generate value for his clients. And whereas in addition to his professional endeavors, Regent Bryan also serves on the University of Houston System's Academic, Research, and Student Success Committee, as well as the Finance, Facilities, and Administration Committee, offering valuable contributions to the betterment of the University of Houston System universities and the success of its students. And whereas Regent Bryan additionally participates as a member of both the UH Cougar Investment Fund and the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and he has also served as a resident advisor, a Student Government Association senator, and committed to his time to various committees, underscoring his commitment to supporting the growth and success of his university and the city of Houston. And whereas Regent Bryan's academic excellence and professional experience are matched by his aspirations to leverage his advanced knowledge in finance, economics, and mathematics to pursue leadership and advocacy roles focused on economic development for both the city of Houston and the state of Texas. Now be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents at the University of Houston System extends its deepest appreciation to Regent Thomas A. Bryan for his continued dedication to academic excellence, professional achievement, and service as the 19th student regent appointed to the University of Houston System. His exemplary leadership, commitment, and ongoing contributions reflect positively on the University of Houston System and its mission to develop future leaders and innovators. And be it further resolved that the University of Houston System Board of Regents wishes Regent Bryan continued success in his academic pursuits, his future career at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and his ongoing commitment to the economic development of the city of Houston and the state of Texas, dated this 14th day of May 2025.
May I have a motion to approve this
So
item?
moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. If I could have the student regent join myself and the chancellor at the podium.
Slight right to stay on Shaftesbury Avenue.
Does not have signatures. We don't use this. Do we use
Is there one that's signed already or not?
I don't think that is signed.
Okay, we'll go with it as is then.
As is, okay, do you come in the center?
Look at Joseph right here.
Yep, right here. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I got it.
This comes to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Couture, for introducing that resolution. Serving as the student regent for the system has truly been an honor. I wanted to start off by thanking Texas Governor Greg Abbott for appointing me to the position. Chancellor Couture and fellow regents, This year has been the most transformational journey of my life, not just in academics, but within my professional and political career as well. Words cannot describe the impact that each of you have had on my life. It has been a tremendous honor to serve alongside you, and I wish I could stay indefinitely. I'd also like to take a moment to thank a few people who've been instrumental in my journey here at the University of Houston. I'd like to start off with President Richard Walker, Dan Maxwell, Vice Chancellor Paul Kittle, Vice Chancellor Jason Smith, the entire board's office, and every administrator across the system, all of whom I've learned a great deal from and have helped me get to where I am today. Last but certainly not least, I'd like to thank my family, who's been incredibly supportive of my journey as a student regent. My parents, Tomas and Carolina Bryan, have pushed me to excel in everything that I do, and my twin, Andreas Bryan, has been at multiple different events and who some of you have had the great opportunity of bumping into. So that being said, I want to thank the Chancellor and my fellow regents one last time. Faculty, staff, students, and alumni, believe me when I say that we're in great hands. I'm excited to participate and support in the future growth of the university system. It's been transformational, and I can't wait to see what's next. Thank you.
Tomas, thank you for your contributions. We've had a lot of student regents, but nobody has done as well as you have. You've been right up there with the best of them, and we thank you so much for your service.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next on our agenda for approval is BOR 10, resolution in honor of Bob Glenn's service to the University of Houston system. Regent, Secretary Treasurer Greg King, would you present this item?
I will indeed. Come on up here. This resolution is in appreciation for the University of Houston Victoria President Bob Glenn. Whereas Dr. Bob Glenn has served as president of the University of Houston Victoria with distinction since 2015 and will retire in August of 2025, concluding nearly a decade of visionary leadership and tireless dedication to the university, its students, faculty, staff, and greater Victoria community. And whereas under President Glenn's transformative leadership, the university expanded its facilities to include UH Victoria University South, UH Victoria Northwest, University Commons, and Don and Mona Smith Hall, as well as the development of the Ben Wilson Street construction project that created a welcoming and recognizable gateway to campus. And whereas President Glenn played a pivotal role in securing $2 million commitment from the MG and Lily A. Johnson Foundation for the construction of a new health and wellness center, which will stand as a testament to his commitment to student success and wellness. And whereas he championed the launch of a new aviation minor degree program at UH Victoria, secured over $3 million in funding from the 88th Texas Legislature, and oversaw the achievement of accreditations for programs including computer science, nursing, and school psychology, placing UH Victoria among a select group of institutions in Texas. And whereas President Glenn's tenure has brought widespread recognition to the university, including national rankings from prestigious organizations, solidifying the university's reputation for academic excellence and value. And whereas President Glenn demonstrated a deep commitment to student well-being by creating scholarship opportunities through the President's Holiday Card Design Contest and launching the Emergency Aid Fund to assist students facing financial hardships. And whereas during one of the university's most challenging periods, President Glenn led with strength, compassion, and transparency, guiding a seamless transition to online instruction during the COVID-19 pandemic that earned the university recognition from Educate to Career for its exemplary crisis response. And whereas through initiatives such as the UH Victoria Mental Health Clinic and the UH Victoria Nonprofit Center, he expanded the university's role in addressing community needs and fostering long-term regional impact. And whereas he has been an active and valued member of the Victoria community, serving on the boards of the Datar Medical Center and Victoria Economic Development Corporation Regional Partnership, supporting local arts, culture, and civic initiatives, and co-founding the Victoria Young Professionals to promote leadership and civic engagement. And whereas beyond his many accomplishments, Dr. Glenn is widely respected and admired for his humility, integrity, good humor, and genuine connection to people, leaving an enduring legacy as both a leader and a colleague. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the University of Houston System Board of Regents hereby expresses its deepest gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Bob Glenn and his exceptional service and leadership as president of the University of Houston Victoria, and be it further resolved that the board extends his best wishes to Dr. Glenn and his wife Lori for a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement, and acknowledge with profound respect the lasting impact that they have had on the university, the UH system, and the greater community. Dated this 14th day of May, 2025.
May I have a quick motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Well, I can tell now who I'm going to get to write my obituary when time comes. I'm sorry my parents couldn't be here to hear this. My dad would have been amused, but my mama would have believed every word of it. I just want to say it's been an honor to serve the university. It's been an honor to work with these exceptional professionals with the University of Houston system, my colleagues, Lauren and Richard, and all the vice presidents, Joanne Olson, who's here, and Beverly Shuford, and the others back home. All I did mostly was stay out of the way, but I appreciate very much. Thank you.
Regent King, you did such a great job there. I'm going to ask you to join us so we can have the existing executive committee up here to.
We have to come.
Couple
steps this way, you're right.
Okay, tell us when.
That's good.
Right there.
Perfect. Great. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Thank you.
With me. I know. I guess we're going to have to go to Tom.
I know. Okay.
Yes, I got it.
Next on our agenda for approval is BOR 11, resolution in honor of Eloise Bryce's service to the University of Houston system. Chancellor Couture, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, I'm going to pass it on to Donna Cornell to read the resolution.
Whereas Eloise Dunn Bryce has served the University of Houston system and the University of Houston with extraordinary distinction and leadership for more than a dozen years, holding the titles of Vice Chancellor for University Advancement for the UH system and Vice President for University Advancement and Alumni at the University of Houston. And whereas Ms. Bryce joined the University of Houston in January 2012 to lead the historic $1 billion Here We Go campaign, the first of its kind in the university's history, a campaign which reached its ambitious fundraising goal 18 months ahead of schedule and ultimately raised $1.2 billion. And whereas through the success of the Here We Go campaign, Ms. Bryce played a pivotal role in funding over $200 million in scholarships, establishing 12 new centers and institutes, and supporting the development and renovation of 29 major facilities. In addition, the campaign was instrumental in establishing UH Energy's Transition Institute, HPE Data Science Institute, among other key initiatives. And whereas Ms. Bryce established the UH Board of Visitors and the UH National Development Council to elevate the university's visibility and philanthropic priorities, and she has served on the boards of the UH Foundation, UH College of Business Foundation, and the UH Alumni Association Foundation. And whereas Ms. Bryce has worked tirelessly to deepen alumni engagement through initiatives such as UH Giving Day, Cougar 100, life membership, and the development of key donor societies, cultivating a vibrant and enduring culture of giving among UH alumni and friends. And whereas under her guidance, the Division of University Advancement has raised more than $2 billion in philanthropic and matching funds and created 60 endowed chairs and professorships, significantly advancing the academic and research missions of the University of Houston system. And whereas Ms. Bryce has been recognized nationally with the Brian Welch Award for Lifetime Achievement and Fundraising by the Association of Fundraising Professionals in recognition for her life-changing contributions to the field of philanthropy. And whereas she recently launched the University of Houston's Can't Stop Houston campaign, UH's Centennial campaign, with the goal of raising an additional $1 billion, already achieving 62% of that goal under her visionary leadership. And whereas Ms. Bryce's retirement, effective July 15, 2025, marks the conclusion of a truly impactful era. However, her legacy of generosity, integrity, and transformational influence will continue to benefit generations of University of Houston system students, faculty, and alumni. Now, therefore, be it resolved that with deep appreciation and admiration, the University of Houston system extends its heartfelt gratitude to Eloise Dunn Bryce for her exceptional service, steadfast leadership, and profound contributions to the advancement of the university. And be it further resolved that this resolution be recorded in the official minutes and shared with the broader community as a lasting expression of respect and appreciation for a career dedicated to excellence, philanthropy, and the enduring betterment of the University of Houston system. Dated this, the 14th day of May, 2025.
May I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It is approved. Thank you. We got a picture. I think we're up to you now, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your service to the University of Houston system. We'll now move on to section 6 on your agenda is the Chancellor's report. Dr. Couture, would you please give us your report?
Thank you. The University of Houston system, spring 2025 preliminary graduation total is over 10,000. It is 10,411 to be precise. With the addition of 6,879 degrees awarded during the fall of 2024 semester, the estimated total number of degrees awarded system-wide for the 2024-25 academic year is 17,290. At the University of Houston, there have been new academic leaders appointed. Following nationwide searches, the University of Houston is pleased to welcome 2 new deans. Dr. Jianjun Gang, the new dean for the C.T. Bauer College of Business, comes to us from Temple University, and Dr. Yarnesia D. Dyson, the new dean for the Graduate College of Social Work. She will begin on June 1st. She comes to us from North Carolina State University. University of Houston celebrated the groundbreaking of the $52 million Hobby School of Public Affairs academic building. The 42,000 square foot facility will be located on the east side of campus at the site of the old law building and should be completed by 2027. The University of Houston men's basketball team capped a historic season with 35 wins, a school record, and a trip to the NCAA championship. Congratulations on their incredible run under head coach Kelvin Sampson. Biology major Cole Woody earned the Barry Goldwater Scholarship for his cancer vaccine research. And English major Kalina Holman became UH's second Gates Cambridge Scholar and is set to pursue her graduate study at Cambridge. Both awards are highly prestigious and competitive. We're very proud of our students. Anna Meyer, Associate Professor in the Catherine G. McGovern College of the Arts, and Francine J. Harris, English Professor in the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, received Guggenheim Fellowships, one of the most prestigious recognitions in the nation. These awards used to be once in a while earlier. Now every year we announce, these awards. During the second annual match day, students from the Tillman J. Fertitta Family College of Medicine performed very well. They matched with competitive residencies and research opportunities nationwide, with 63% of students going into primary care, but some is still going in highly sought-after specialties like neurosurgery and dermatology. Let's go to University of Houston Clear Lake. The University of Houston Clear Lake has been awarded the 2025-26 Military Friendly Schools Silver designation, recognizing the university's commitment to supporting military-affiliated students. University of Houston Clear Lake's Health and Human Performance Institute partnered with PAM Health to launch the PAM Health Neurorehabilitation and Motor Performance Lab to advance research, enhance student training, and improve outcomes for patients with neurological conditions like Parkinson's, stroke, and dementia. University of Houston Clear Lake has been positively reclassified by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board from the master's to the comprehensive peer group for fiscal year 2025. This reflects UH Clear Lake's growth in offering expansive baccalaureate and master's program and enhancing future opportunities. Now to University of Houston Downtown. The University of Houston Downtown celebrated Marilyn Davies and the fulfillment of her pledge of $10 million on Wednesday, April 16th. Her historic gift established the first College of Business in Texas named for a woman and funded investments in student and faculty success. On March 4th, University of Houston Downtown celebrated the opening of UHD at 1801 Main, a 17,000 square foot facility in the MG Bank building. It houses continuing education, alumni relations, career services, and the Center for Crime, Urban Research, and Education. University of Houston Downtown received $300,000 U.S. Department of Education grant to enhance STEM student success by promoting math modeling technique across math, statistics, natural sciences, and computer science to improve understanding of real-world applications. Now to University of Houston Victoria. University of Houston Victoria's online RN to BSN program was ranked #1 in Texas by registerednurse.org for its flexibility and affordability and for supporting working nurses and concurrent enrollment options. The cybersecurity program at the University of Houston Victoria, which began as a certificate program, has been expanded to a full Master of Science in Cybersecurity program with the option to take concentrations in artificial intelligence or business. Finally, University of Houston Victoria's JAX Teach Teachers residency program continues to make an impact on education, with graduates placed in Lamar Consolidated Independent School District. Earlier this year, nearly 50 national visitors observed the program in action during a U.S. prep-hosted event. So I'd like to just say that things are going really very well at the University of Houston system, all universities.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, for your remarks. I'd like to turn the floor over to Vice Chancellor Donna Cornell.
Yes, Regents, I left one item out of the script for the consent docket from the academic research and student success agenda, and that is the request for approval of transfer of the specialist in school psychology SSP program from the University of Houston Victoria to the University of Houston at the Katy campus. So I need that to be approved by the board.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Donna Cornell. I would now like to move to our executive session. The Regents will now go into executive session pursuant to sections of the Texas Government Code listed on page 4 of your agenda.
Who will stay? Who will stay? Eddie, Jason. Okay. Raymond, right. Or they're right there.
Good. Okay, I would like to reconvene the Board of Regents meeting. The Regents met in executive session and conferred with General Counsel. No action was taken in executive session. Following the various discussions by the board in executive session, the following recommendations and approvals are proposed as follows. The first is BORA. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute personnel contracts within the University of Houston Division of Athletics. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Next on our agenda for information is BORB, approval of appointment of Vice Chancellor for Advancement and Alumni, U of
Actually,
H.
that should read for approval. That
That's
is not
approval,
for
yeah, okay.
information.
I was gonna say, that doesn't sound right here.
Yeah.
Okay, this is for approval, actually. Approval of appointment of Vice Chancellor for Advancement and Alumni, U of H System Vice President. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next on our agenda is BORC. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute the transfer of art between the University of Houston System and the University of Houston, Victoria. Do I have a motion to this effect?
So moved.
Second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next on our agenda is BORD. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to and execute an agreement to acquire surplus TxDOT property. Do I hear a motion to this effect?
Moved.
Moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Does anyone have any further questions? Dr. Couture, do you have any other comments for the board?
I do not. Thank you.
If there is no further business to come before the board, this meeting is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ricky, Beth, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You all be well. Talk soon.
Be careful.
All right. Take care.
Okay.